Please stand, members, for the chairman. Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Thank you for getting back. Well, we're just slightly over, aren't we, on time. Hope you all had a nice lunch. Those of us who had the county lunch had a lovely lunch. So, and a big well done to our catering team who we have thanked. Anyway, please be seated and we'll carry on. So we'll continue the Councillor Cavalieri. Thank you. We'll continue the library item. Do bear in mind that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still 5 people indicated to speak, plus a mover and seconder. Could I suggest that if you're not necessarily adding something new into what's already been said, then you might just bear that in mind because we have got a busy agenda this afternoon. So not that I'm trying to curtail debate, but you understand timing and a lot of things we have heard. So the first speaker is Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you. I've got 3 pages. Thank you, Chairman, and apologies because we have lost our flow a bit with the adjournment. I was hoping to add a little bit of positivity and joy, so after the lunch I can definitely do that, I think. I picked up on comments particularly from Councillor Bailey and Councillor Gowland, so I wanted to speak about my experiences in my division and in my portfolio world. We talked about the value of community libraries and you spoke about Tier 3, and I think it's really important, Chairman, that we recognise that Tiers 1, 2 and 3 are not Class 1, 2 and 3. Tier 3 is not a third class service. So for me, I have a library in my division in Misterton, which is to me a shining example of a really vibrant community and volunteer-led facility. So in terms of what we get out of our communities, as Councillor Bailey said, I think that's a really good example of it working well because we have the community support behind it and it is a central part of that community. And then to add to that, in terms of the public health elements, if I think of my portfolio world, libraries are an integral part of our family hub networks, as are our youth centres, our children's centres, lots of our council buildings, and indeed lots of our partners' buildings. So the fact that we've got the family hub networks, which are now taking, growing quite ahead of steam as we're launching more and more of them. And within the family hub networks, there's a very obvious public health element because of the support to families with young children and now families with 0 to 19s. And I think the other part that ties 2 of those elements together is we might think of the youngsters, Councillor Doddy, as being enriched by having that early exposure to the libraries and then that going right through their lives and actually being positive for us. But the other part of it that I think is really important is the intergenerational contact and the intergenerational value. So for me, having them as part of our communities with what tend to be a retired group of volunteers, because that's just the way so many volunteer groups are now. We've got older people who are engaging with the younger people and with the families, and I think one way or another it's very positive and very strong all around, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Pringle, please.
Thanks, Chairman. I won't be long. First of all, recognise Ben stepping down. Thanks for where you've been, Ben, and congratulations to Sam, although he's not with us this afternoon. I just wanted to say, it's been mentioned a couple of times, that the libraries operate because of the volunteers and because of the employees that we have in them and the service that they provide. Ollerton is classic. We have the support that's in Ollerton Library is second to none, I can assure you of that. And I want to refer back to John, because your drive for the libraries has never been down to John, ever, to be quite honest. It was a pleasure seeing at the refurbishment of Ollerton. And although we probably didn't break bread, we did break cake, and cake it was lovely, so thanks for meeting me there. And again, I have to recognise Alan Rhodes for the creation of Inspire and bringing Inspire in, because I think we've all been able to link onto that and develop it further. Scott, you're driving it as we would all want it to be driven. There's no question about that. And I think we can all agree that libraries will be part and parcel of this council for as long as we can sustain it. There's no question there. I think there's one person. Well, obviously, you've got to mention Peter Gore and wish him well and a speedy recovery. But the one person who we haven't really recognised today is actually Derek Higton. You know, an officer that we can all rely on, we can all talk to, that is implicated within our library system to the deepest depths. So thank you for that, Derek. Appreciate that. And then go back to Councillor Lawton, who shared the fact that investment within our libraries is paramount. And you're absolutely right. It really, really is. And Scott, I want to thank you and Councillor Girling. Obviously, Ollerton's going under a bit of a transition at the moment, and there may be a move of the library into a new development. Your support for that and key support for that highlights the fact that what Councillor Adams spoke about, the socio-economic benefits to move that library and support the funding of that move is fantastic. So thanks very much, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And I think we've got some really nice comments made together on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. And Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Councillor Smith, congratulations on your elevation to leader. I want to thank Councillor Carlton and Councillor John Cotty for listening to the concerns over the future of Hucknall Library. I'm pleased that this is now receiving a overdue refurbishment. I want to thank Council for supporting us to give us cast iron guarantees that the library will never be closed and the opening hours will be protected. I really do want to thank you both for that, because without your drive that would not have happened. The library is in Hucknall, is the hub, and during November remembrance services were held outside there because we have a memorial. Last night huge numbers of people attended the annual switch on lights outside the library, where thousands of people took to the centre of Hucknall and listened to the serenade by John and other members here. It's just a shame that due to the refurbishment it wasn't open. I think we missed a trick by not having the library refurbished in a more sensitive time of the year, where we could have actually driven the opportunity to actually get people to go into the library last night, which is, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But I do thank you for that. Whilst the Hucknall Library is seen significant overdue investment, Edgewood remains in the bottom tier. Edgewood Library is based in Hucknall West, and it's inside a primary school, and it's only open for 9 hours a week on a Wednesday and a Friday afternoon. I would ask this council to commit to supporting more additional events to increase the opening hours of this particular library. Whilst the library hubs are great news, it's not so great for the 28 community libraries across Nottinghamshire. And I want the council to commit to making every library great again, not just providing the bare minimum. So if we can make the hubs hub, but give these 28 community libraries a bit more impetus, we'll get more people going in there, young people actually educating themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. And last but not least, Councillor Place, please.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to go back in years here now. I'm going to say thank you and congratulations for making it possible for everybody to get to accessible libraries. But it's a big difference from over 70 years ago when I went to the library in my own village, and it was a tin hut. We walked from school down to it, and we even had injections done in that library. So thank you very much anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Place. Yeah, fortunately, we don't have injections in libraries now. Certainly, not you never know, though, do you? I will now ask Councillor Gordon Wheeler. You seconded the motion, reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to make any comments?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I got your message earlier on, so I will be brief. I'd like to thank Councillor Allen what you said about Peter Cole and getting and we all wish him the very best and full recovery. And again, what you said, Chairman, hopefully many members will turn up Monday night to the concert. So keep fingers crossed for that. Yes, you're absolutely right. Again, you're right, Bonnie. Consultation, we listen to it. We make mistakes occasionally, not very often, but do make mistakes occasionally. Can't acknowledge that earlier on. We listen, changes were made. Nothing's ever perfect, but I think it's the right direction to travel on that. So it's good to be able to get up there and get feedback from the community. Steve, what you said earlier on, Steve Carl, what you said very early on, this is not political. Please don't make it political. Thank you for that. It's very much appreciated. Let's all remember that. And no one is accusing anyone in this chamber today, well, not necessarily, I'm not anyway, of peddling the lies about closure. No one is. I'm definitely not doing that. There are regrettably some outside this chamber who may wish to do that. That's entirely up to them. As long as you all take the message away today, I know you will. It's not closing. No libraries are closing. Yes, we of course, and you just mentioned that earlier on, Mike, about the volunteers you've got at your library. Now, Councillor Carlton and I have been to the library in Alton, as we have several libraries, and we carry on doing so. Volunteers play a massive part in keeping our libraries functioning. So thanks not only to them, but to all the staff that run our libraries, who are fabulous. We've noticed that, Councillor Carlton, so we've talked to them. It's just amazing how dedicated they are to providing the service they do, and we're very grateful for that. We must do that. Again, as mentioned earlier on, Councillor Adams mentioned earlier on, and one or two others, Councillor Henshaw as well. They're more than just libraries. These are places of learning. And what Aspire do within these places of learning is nothing short of fantastic. Remember also, and this isn't a plug for Inspire, others can do that, the amount of money they bring in Inspire because of what they do, apart from having just libraries. So please remember that. Huge congratulations to the staff, as I said, and to all the members in this room for the way you spoke today. And of course, to Peter Cole, we wish him luck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. So, Councillor Carlton, you've heard a lot this afternoon, and would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think I will take the next 3 and a bit hours to try and sum that up. You'll be glad to know I ran out of paper. That said, firstly, to all members that participated today or during the scrutiny process, I thank you for your comments, your feedback, and your collective endeavours to keep working together to make what is already a fantastic library service even better, sustainable for the future, that the future generations of Nottinghamshire can rely on it when they most need. I'm not going to go into individual libraries, as again, it's not enough time, but for the general feedback around Tier 3 libraries, opening hours, those sorts of things, to pick on your point, Councillor Smith, around visiting your local library to have that conversation, to see what we can practically do, I welcome that. So please drop me a note, and that goes to all members as well. And that's a point that I made at Overview Committee, that I'm not here. I am a decision maker, but I'm also a facilitator. So I carry that forward as a general ethos to how I work. Equally to the points around public health and well-being, as I said in my opening remarks, that is a fundamental part of what we're trying to do. Obviously, it's well documented that the pressures within adults and children, and how can we further that prevention agenda right across Nottinghamshire. That's why this new portfolio was created, to really get into the heart of our communities. You know, some of the key challenges that I present to officers is, do we really know our communities? Do we really understand what their challenges are? And do we really understand what their aspirations are? So that's sort of a key underpinning thing for me. The other bit that I will update Council following a decision of a senior staffing committee this week is around the appointment of a new Director of Public Health and Communities. So I know she's now in the chamber, and I would like to congratulate Vivian Robbins, been appointed to that role. I know I have absolutely no doubt she will do a fantastic job, as you see within the draft document. That Public Health have already had those conversations, been part of the process, but it's a clear direction of travel to go. To Councillor Cotty, I think it was actually something that Councillor Tom Hollis said at a place select committee in December 23 that I had big shoes to fill. He was not wrong. So that's why I'm eternally grateful that Councillor Cotty has carried on leading the board of Inspire, and I'm sure under his chairmanship it's in a safe place. But I equally extend that to members opposite, to members that possibly not in this chamber today, for their continued support over the years, for something that we're all very proud of. It was a point I think that was actually Councillor Henshaw made around enhancing and developing, and there's some key things to take away. But in summary, Chairman, I do thank you everyone for your positive support for this. I hope it's something that you can all collectively vote for, and for those that do have local concerns or even ideas, come speak to me. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Carlton. Well, we have the recommendation before us on page 41, as shown, and so we'll go to the vote now. Show of hands in favour, please show. I think that's unanimous, isn't it? So I think, just for the record, were there any objections? No. So obviously the motion is carried. So thank you everybody for your contributions on that. We all love our libraries. For the record, my library is fantastic as well in Cotgrave. It has the community hub and the knitting club, and it's marvellous. So well done everybody who's involved in libraries. So we move on now to the next item on the agenda, which is Treasury Management and Mid-Year Report 2024-25. I'd like to call Councillor Richard Jackson to move this, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And before I start and before he leaves, I just want to add my congratulations to Sam on his elevation to leader of council, and look forward to working with you, Sam, on delivering a budget next February. Chairman, as members will know, council approves the Treasury Management Strategy and Outturn Report at budget each year. And it also receives this mid-year report, which reviews activity up to the end of September of this year. Treasury management activity is undertaken by the investments team and overseen by the Council's Treasury Management Group. In today's report, Treasury Management refers to the management of day-to-day cash flow, ensuring that bills can be paid and that when they fall due, and depositing any temporary cash surpluses with secure counterparties to earn interest for the Council. Just to draw out a couple of 3 items from the report, Chairman, I can confirm that all Treasury management activities undertaken were within the limits set by Council in the 2024-25 Treasury Management Strategy. Over the 6-month period to the end of September, the fund earned an average of 5.22% on cash deposits, compared to a benchmark rate over the same period, which was 4.99%, a small percentage difference, but it's a small percentage of a very large figure, and it's money that is ploughed back into services that the Council delivers. Over the same period, £5.2 million of existing long-term debt matured, and the current cash flow forecast suggests that no additional borrowing will be required in the near future. With that, I'll move the recommendations, which are on page 90, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And Councillor Camilleri, are you wanting to?
Yeah, second that motion and reserve the right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we open up to discussion, debate. Does anyone wish to make any comments? No. Okay, so Councillor Camilleri, do you wish to? No. So Councillor Jackson, anything else you wish to add, or nothing to add really? Now this is a noting report, isn't it? But we do vote still. Well, yeah, let's vote to note the report. So all in favour of noting this, please show. Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. So we move on to now questions. Questions to the leader of cabinet members and committee chairman. As set out in the Constitution, we have 60 minutes for questions to the leader, cabinet members and committee chairman, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of 1 supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. Hope I don't have to remind people of that, but if I do, I will. So we have 17 questions booked this afternoon. And the first question is from Councillor Bethan Eddy regarding traffic issues outside Berklands Primary School, and Councillor Neil Clark to reply. So Councillor Eddy.
Thank you, Chairman. And firstly, congratulations to Councillor Smith. Several parents and residents have raised concerns with me regarding speeding in traffic and dangerous driving outside Birkelands Primary School in Warsaw. A petition is currently being prepared to highlight these concerns and request enhanced safety measures outside the school. But the earliest I could bring this to full council is next March. Given that petitions are not are not permitted, we'll try that, to be presented at annual budget. In the meantime, would the cabinet member or an appropriate senior officer on his behalf be willing to meet with me on site with parents outside the school to discuss these concerns and determine what action the council and or the police might be able to take to make this area safer, particularly at school opening and closing times? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eddy, and Councillor Clark to reply, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and can I first of all add my congratulations to Councillor Smith on being elected leader. To answer the question, Mr. Chairman, yes, Councillor Eddy, I'm happy to arrange a meeting involving appropriate officers to discuss the issues outside Birkelands Primary School. As I'm sure you're aware, similar issues are raised by concerned parents and residents regarding the traffic situation outside several schools across the county. But the most suitable remedial measures can vary according to the location. So it would be sensible to meet on site to assess the situation at this specific school. So I'm happy to speak with Councillor Eddy to make the necessary further arrangements. Chairman, it's a serious matter, just with your indulgence, please. If I could, oh, he's gone. Just refer to the serious incidents, traffic incidents in Hucknall that Councillor Waters mentioned, and just want to assure him, I'm sure we all do wish the injured motorcyclist all the best and a speedy recovery, to assure him that an investigation will be carried out, and that will involve the emergency services as well. Also, the counselling of the children, because there were some children who witnessed some of it, and so it's important that we work with those children in that school. And then finally, absolutely agree, we need to recognise the absolute fantastic conduct of the school crossing patrol, who immediately stepped in to protect and steer the children away from witnessing the worst of the incident. So that just shows how dedicated some staff are, and we need to definitely recognise that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and yes, we all absolutely understand and echo those comments. So, Councillor Eddy, do you have no supplementary? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our next question. This is from Councillor Mike Pringle regarding the cost of Oak House, and Councillor Keith Girling to reply. So, Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, a question to Councillor Girling. Councillor, are you confident that the budget set for the completion of Oak House and Top Wigate will be as required and won't spiral out of control at all?
Councillor Girling.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to thank Councillor Pringle for your question. The Council gave its approval for Oak House at Top Wigate in July 2023, and the construction has been underway since 4th of December 2023. Despite tough weather last year that caused some delays, we've worked hard to get back on track, and I'm pleased to say the site is now looking fantastic. Oak House is shaping up to be a building the County Council can be genuinely proud of. As we near the final stretch, we're in the process of finalising the latest cost estimates. These will be transparently presented in a report to the Cabinet on the 19th of December. While the team has worked diligently to stay within budget, as with any large project, we're keeping a close eye on the numbers to ensure we deliver this project properly. At this stage, I am confident we're in a good position, and Oak House will be a strong example of this council, be a strong example of what this council can achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Pringle, supplementary.
Yeah, it's a straightforward one. Thanks, Councillor Girling, for your response, and I'm pleased to say I've no doubt that the finances are being looked at regularly anyway. I have been contacted by employees concerned about the transport to Top Wigate and the public transport to Top Wigate. Is that something that we're engaging with? I'm assuming with Councillor Clark to improve so that timescales are certainly reduced compared to what it would be today for anybody to get there.
Councillor Girling.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, what's happening, Mike, is we're moving, phasing it, going into that building. Most of the staff going to be there. We're going to be there anyway because it's all part of the social care side of it. But the other officers that have been there are the staff officers that support that. And there's going to be a proper transition to make sure that they'll be able to get there. And I'm sure if there's any difficulties with that, they can contact me and we can look at making any alterations to what's been arranged.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. So we move on to our third question now, and this is from Councillor Jason Zadrozny about local government reorganisation, and Councillor Sam Smith to reply. So Councillor Zadrozny, please.
Thank you, Chair. The new Labour government's consultation on local government reorganisation is an issue of significant importance to Nottinghamshire and its residents. Could you please provide details of any meetings and briefings you have had or plan to have regarding this matter? Additionally, would you add clarification on how you intend to involve opposition leaders and ensure all members of the council are fully informed and included as this consultation progresses? I trust you share my view that transparency and collaboration are essential in addressing such a pivotal issue going forward.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to thank all colleagues across the Chamber who have passed on some kind messages today from all sides. So thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny, for your question and your telephone calls over the past week. I'm not sure if that gets you in trouble with your group as much as it does with mine, but thank you anyway for that. The government has not yet published a consultation on local government reorganisation, as you're probably aware. It was mentioned in the Chancellor's autumn statement that there were plans to simplify council structures in an upcoming English devolution white paper, but no further information has been provided just yet. There's been a lot of speculation about reorganisation, including at the LGA conference, which I attended, and also the CCN conference, which has been attended by members across this chamber of all political groups. I was due to meet with the LGA, MHCLG and County Council colleagues next Monday in London to discuss the white paper, but the meeting has been postponed as the paper is not now expected before Christmas. Once the white paper is published, though, officers will be preparing detailed briefings for members, and we will seek input to shape any potential response. Over the past 4 years, Nottinghamshire has built strong partnerships across public services, delivering significant achievements like MCA, which has secured over £4 billion of investment for the region. This demonstrates the value of collaboration and working together, and I'm committed to working closely with opposition leaders of all parties in this chamber, district council colleagues, and I know we have some district council leaders here today as well, and council members of all parties to tackle this issue together. The next step, of course, will be to analyse the white paper once it's available, and then we'll move forward as a council once we know the details. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. And Councillor Zadrozny, do you have a supplementary? Okay, righty-ho, thank you. So we'll move on to our next question, which is from Councillor Eric Kerry, and this is about technology-enabled care, and Councillor Jonathan Wheeler to reply. So, Councillor Kerry.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can the Cabinet Member for Social Care explain the benefits that technology is contributing to the quality of care delivered by this council?
Thank you. Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Kerry, for your question. So, the short answer is that technology plays a fantastic, vital role in allowing our social care teams to deliver care across the county. So, by having technology in place, it allows us to better understand how people are managing their independence at home, and 24 hours a day, that is, and making sure that they have got the right care available. So, by having technology in place, we can get detailed logs showing exactly when people are, for example, using a kettle, when they're going to the toilet, when they are switching the lights, if they are in bed and are having a fit. That, again, all sends an alert which can go straight to carers and goes on a daily log. I think one of the most important examples that I heard when I went to go to one of the technology enabled flats along with Councillor Smith was the impact of people with dementia. So we have some people with dementia who, when carers are coming in, they'll be obviously trying to encourage them to have a meal. people with dementia potentially have forgotten they already had a meal an hour earlier, and so having carers trying to make sure they've had a meal, rightly so, doing their job, and of course, that person might be getting quite disturbed and upset because they're not hungry, because they've forgotten they've had their meal. With the technology, we can tell if they've had the kettle on, if they put the water on, if they've opened the fridge, all these sensors around the flat, so that enables the carers to know that they potentially have had something to eat, to check that first and make sure those people are be able to live safe, and also that they have a voice, which I think is really important. Just give you some examples, some stats as well. In October 2024 alone, our technology systems kept people safe at home because it alerted us that 50 smoke activations took place and that 60 falls at home took place. Without that technology in place, unless a carer happened to be there at the time, we wouldn't have known and be able to take the action in time. So I think that's really important. In terms of our tech strategy that was approved last year, just to give some examples in terms of what the impact that's had since April this year alone. It's enabled us to have 165 people assessed to make sure to see if they're at high immediate risk of requiring long-term residential care to remain in their own homes. Supported 423 carers at high risk of carer breakdown, which is really important because our carers, having the technology in place as well. I heard one example of a carer who said by having the technology in place with the walkie-talkie system, it meant that he could go out to the pub with his friends there, knowing the person at home was safe, they can get in contact with DB, he's got the sensors going off there, but it meant that he wasn't in the house 24 hours a day caring for his wife and was able to get some time for himself as well, which I think is really important for people who are caring 24 hours a day to make sure we look after them as well. I think it's also worth saying as well that having the technology in place, we believe, has saved us over £2.5 million so far. And it's not just about the saving, it's also, as I just already mentioned, the impact that's having on our people that we're looking after and our carers as well, and our caring team as well. Because, again, one example carers said to me when I've been asked about speaking to was, sometimes they've gone in place at 1 or 2 in the morning to see someone. They don't want someone coming to their bedroom at 2 in the morning. There'll be any of us would, to make sure they're okay. So having the technology in place, know they're sleeping soundly, and no issues in the flat means the carers don't have to go in that time morning. They can check remotely and go back at the time when the person's awake to make sure they're giving them the right care, which I think, again, for quality of life as well is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Curry, any supplementary?
Just thank you very much for that excellent comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Penny Gowland, and this is concerning West Bridgeford shoppers parking consultation, and Councillor Neil Clark MBE to reply. So Councillor Gowland, please.
Thank you. Can I ask how many people objected to and supported the West Bridgeford shoppers parking consultation?
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The formal consultation on the proposal to introduce a charge for on-street parking in West Bridgeford to improve the supply of short-stay parking and therefore support the viability of the town centre was undertaken between 30th of July and 10th of October of this year. In total, 74 responses were received. 64 of those were regarded as objections, and these, together with the Council's response, are detailed in a report to me as Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment, dated the 11th of November, a date to remember, Mr. Chairman. The proposals were supported by both police and Rushcliffe Borough Council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Gowland, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. I think it's fair to say residents feel there's a bit of consultation overload, and not surprising when that's the result of the consultation made to them, it makes no difference. But my question is, how much did the consultation cost? How much will each parking meter cost to install and maintain, and how large will they be? Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, none of that was in the original question. Those are detailed questions of which, had I had prior notice, I could have provided the answers. But surprisingly, you may be devastated to know that I haven't got those detailed figures to hand for which I can answer, but I'm happy to supply those at a later date. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. One would never assume such things. So you'll get a written reply on that, Councillor Gowland. So we'll move on to our next question, which is from Councillor John Doddy, and this is concerning hospice provision, and Councillor Beth and Eddie to reply. Thank you. Councillor Doddy.
Chair, none of us are surprised that the assisted dying bill passed its second reading recently. against the background of a failing and collapsing NHS and social care. With that in mind, I put the question to the Chair of Health and Wellbeing. Does the Chair agree with me that this assisted dying bill must not be an excuse to allow people to take their own lives because of the paucity and poor hospice care, largely charitably funded, and the increasing challenges in the ICB with £100 million overspent, mental health with £10 million overspent, and a fiscally compromised health.
Councillor Doddy, is that your question, or
It is. Some of it, Chair, is only visible to certain eyes. So,
well,
I've used invisible ink like Harry Potter.
You see,
but the ethos is the same. Over to you, Chair. You understand the question, don't you?
So thank you for that very detailed question, Councillor Doddy. I've made the fatal thought go through my mind how well questions were going so far, and then
wait till you hear the supplementary.
Well, wait, yes. So, Councillor Eddy.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Dr. Doddy, for your question. Some of which I'd seen before, to be honest. To add some background, the Terminally Ill Adults Bill was proposed by King Leadbeater, MBE MP, as a private member's bill and was debated last Friday, where it was backed by 330 MPs and 275 voted against it. Assisted dying has always been an incredibly emotive issue, evoking strong opinions for and against the principle, with much debate last week about the practical application of any new legislation should it come to pass. If I understand your question correctly, we should never tolerate a situation where somebody's choice or decision on assisted dying might be influenced or driven by inadequate care provision. In fact, the point surely holds, irrespective of the progress and the eventual outcome of the bill, we should be endeavouring to avoid a situation where there is a poor hospice provision or inadequate social care provision in our location under any circumstance. I'm sure Councillor Dr. Doddy will appreciate that this private member's bill has a long way to travel through Parliament before it becomes law. And it will face many months of further debate, scrutiny and amendment before any final approval is given. And if it is given in both the House of Lords and the House of Commons. We will, of course, work closely with colleagues across the ICS to understand how the bill develops and the implications for local healthcare and services in Nottinghamshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eddy. Councillor Doddy, do you have a supplementary?
Let me have a look.
And bearing in mind the word question, supplementary question.
Yes, indeed. The assisted dying bill did talk about 6 months from death in a terminal illness case. And the question is, does she share the concern that I have? That I can tell you when you've got a few days left to live, I can tell you when you've a few hours left to live, and 100% certainty I can tell you when you've got minutes left to live because of the change in your bleeding pattern. Every time we move out from that to 3 months and 6 months becomes more vague. There was a chap called Al McGrahy who was released from prison in Scotland because he had less than 3 months left to live, and every expert in Scotland said that was the case. He died 3 years later in Libya. This is not a science, this is a guessing game, and people's lives will be lost by guesses which have no relevance to their clinical condition. Do you share that deep concern with me? This is a basic flaw because it isn't a science, it's just guesswork.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eddy, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Doddy. I've got a family member with motor neuron disease, so I fully appreciate the deep concern you have, and I think it's something that we all should think about when we're thinking about this bill.
Thank you, and I don't make light at all of the subject matter of the question. So thank you, Councillor Doddy. So next question now is from Councillor John O'Lee. And this is concerning youth service provision, and Councillor Tracy Taylor to reply. Councillor Lee, please.
Chairman, thank you. Reading aloud is really difficult for me, so just bear with me. Nottinghamshire County Council has a long-established reputation for delivering quality youth services and for promoting equality of access to all facilities and activities we deliver for young people. As well as working hard to maintain the quality of services,
of which we are directly responsible, does Nottinghamshire County Council also provide or signpost other local partners towards advice and guidance relating to any youth services they deliver, including information relating to equality of accesses?
Thank you. And Councillor Taylor to reply, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lee, for your question. I'm also going to acknowledge another member, Councillor Callaghan. We're having a great week for youth services, aren't we? Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Lee, you are correct that Notts County Council's reputation for delivering quality youth services is long and well established. Even though the budget for such services has not been immune from the financial pressures that have impacted all local authorities across the country, this council's ability to innovate and to adapt has enabled us to continue delivering an ambitious vision for youth services. Young people continue to be able to take part in a wide variety of fun, meaningful and exciting social and educational activities, within which their voices are heard and respected, meaning that they play a major role in shaping the services that they receive. Those services include our youth centres and mobile youth provision, where young people can access universal targeted youth work support. In the Local Government Association Peer Challenge visit to our youth service last year, we received overwhelmingly positive feedback, recognising strong leadership, a dedicated workforce, and young people who are inspired by their youth workers, leading to strong and effective relationships. This recognised the value of young people having somewhere safe to go, youth workers to talk to, and fun and engaging things to do, which includes the 12 Link Club youth work sessions per week that are delivered across the county for young people with disabilities. Our suite of services for young people also includes our Notts Outdoor Environmental Education Service, our health and wellbeing support, including for physical, mental and sexual health, our Outstanding Achievement for Youth Awards, our annual Shadow and Shadow Light orienteering events, which I was proud to highlight earlier today and which are celebrating their 50th anniversary, and our support for the Youth Parliament, to which Nottinghamshire elects 4 members of the Youth Parliament and 4 deputy members, engaging young people into the policy making and parliamentary process. Our youth services are available to all young people who live in Nottinghamshire, and we actively promote equality of access to all the positive activities we deliver. We believe that each young person has worth, value and potential. Our service includes a voluntary sector development team that has a wide range of knowledge and experience, providing free to access advice for voluntary sector organisations that work with and deliver services to children and young people between the ages of 4 and 19, or up to 25 for those looked after or disabled young people. So yes, Councillor Lee, in addition to providing its own excellent services, this council does help and work with other like-minded organisations to try and ensure there is a wide-ranging, high-quality youth offer across Nottinghamshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Lee, have a supplementary.
I do, yes. I've been writing it. I appreciate that reply. When I referred to other local partners in my question, I was thinking not only to the voluntary sector, but for example, local authority partners. Is the Cabinet member aware that in my division, an outdoor youth shelter has recently been installed by Newark and Sherwood District Council in collaboration with the Police and Crime Commissioner and Boulderton Parish Council? In principle, this is a welcome facility designed to provide a dry space for children and young people to congregate and socialise, but concerns have been flagged that it is unsuitable for children who use wheelchairs, as there's no paths barring from crossing a football field to access the facility. Would Councillor Taylor agree with me, speaking as a person with a disability, that is crucial for youth facilities to be designed with universal design principles in mind to ensure no children is excluded from using the public amenities. Does Nottinghamshire County Council, as a mature and experienced provider of youth services, have any influence over partners in a case like this, in terms of requiring them to give due consideration to disability criteria, or at least providing guidance and advice that could support them in designing and making this facility suitable for all? That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Lee and Councillor Taylor. I think you got that supplementary. If you'd like to pick up on that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that was the Councillor Dr. Doddy playbook of supplementary questions. Thank you, Councillor Lee, for the supplementary question. It's obviously a concern if any facility provided for the benefit of young people in Nottinghamshire is designed in a way that's not universally accessible. But to answer your question directly, I think our role is to provide advice and guidance voluntarily rather than having any powers to act as an enforcer. We do not have that hierarchical power. As you implied in your question, it's not unknown for organisations to undertake a project with the very best of intentions and then not deliver it in quite the right way for whatever reason. It could be lack of planning, specialist knowledge or resources. It happens. So whether we're talking about the youth centre that you reference, that you highlight, or any other youth facility, urgent action would obviously be needed by the relevant enforcement authorities if the facility was deemed to be unsafe. But if the issue is about universal accessibility rather than safety, then I think this council's role will be to work with the providers, if they're actually receptive and willing to engage, to give advice and to encourage them to deliver the necessary improvements to make the facilities fully accessible and inclusive. So to be clear, the responsibility and liability for providing any non-compliant facility lies squarely with the facility providers, not with this council. But if we work on the assumption that we're all committed to promoting equality of access, then I'm sure if our officers were approached by those providers for advice and guidance on how to improve a shelter such as this, we would, as a partner authority, be as receptive and helpful as possible. I think, generally speaking, our officers always are. One opportunity would be to utilise the skills and experiences of young people themselves, and I spoke in my answer to your principal question about having the voices of young people in so much of what we do. So through their participation in our youth engagement structure, which enables services internal and external to this council to engage with young people and hear their views about the provision that they receive or that they are affected by. So this example provides an opportunity for young people to offer insight into how changes can be made to better meet their needs. And if I use the example of our Pioneers group, which is a forum of young people with disabilities, I think they'd be absolutely delighted to receive an expression of interest, to engage their help and offer insights into how things can actually be improved. Councillor Lee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So our next question is from Councillor Steve Carr. This is concerning highways scheme on the A614 and A6097. Councillor Neil Clark MB to reply. So Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say if Councillor Carlton, Taylor and Clark and Jackson don't get a cold by the weekend, it'll be a miracle.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification. I can tell you, Councillor Carr, that they've all got more than 6 months left to live.
Thank you, Councillor Doddy.
Unfortunately.
And I'm sure that everybody is very reassured by that news.
My question was to Councillor Girling, but I noticed it's been answered by Councillor Clark, which makes sense. The major scheme on the A614, A6097 between Ollerton and Loudon has been delayed and delayed. The scheme was awarded Department of Transport funding of up to £24.3 million in 2018. Then on the 26th of June 2021, the previous Conservative government again announced 24 million was to be given to the scheme. In 2021, Councillor Girling told the Local Democracy Service, quote, "This is about making decisions and getting on with it because standing still is not the answer," unquote. Last month, Councillor Neil Clark stated, quote, "The workforce is waiting with shovels in hands to get on with it," unquote. The project is now under review under a new Labour government. If this vital project is cancelled, whose fault will it be? Nottinghamshire County Council for standing still, the previous Conservative government for calling a general election, or the new Labour government?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Clark.
Who is us? Thank you, Councillor Carr, for your sincere sympathy. I thought we could have had a COVID screen or something here, because, yes, thank you for recognising the danger to my health and others. Thank you, Chairman. In answer to the question, the delivery, of course I should be very brief, of course, Chairman. Delivery of the major scheme on the 614-6097 between Alton and Loudham is important to the Nottinghamshire economy and would benefit many county residents. Our workforce is indeed waiting with shovels in hand, ready to get on with it, albeit, of course, metaphorically speaking. Whenever plans are being made for a road improvement scheme of this magnitude, there are many stakeholders involved and obstacles are inevitably encountered along the way. But that does not mean that this council or any other stakeholder is at fault if the speed of progress varies. It's simply part and parcel of the whole process of delivering the best possible outcome. Officers have been working to ensure that this corridor improvement scheme goes ahead. The scheme package aims to reduce congestion on the road corridor and support economic growth and housing delivery in the local area. The scheme will also support other road users by improving facilities for pedestrians and cyclists. Nottinghamshire County Council originally submitted an outline business case in December 2020, and this was reviewed and improved by the Department of Transport in June 2021. Following planning applications being approved, compulsory purchase orders being progressed, and the avoidance of a public inquiry due to objections, the County Council submitted a full business case ahead of schedule in March of this year. The timing of the general election did remove the window of opportunity before the summer recess to get the necessary approvals signed off by government. That was unfortunate, but as important and urgent as the 614-6097 scheme is to us locally, I doubt it was at the foremost thought in the mind of the Prime Minister at the precise moment he called the general election. Whenever a general election is called, and whoever calls it, an unintended consequence is that certain plans and programmes go on hold, at least temporarily. That's not anybody's fault. It's just the nature of our political process and the electoral system. In the meantime, the project team has not been resting on its laurels. Officers have been liaising with DFT to review queries on the business case and gauge if the funding earmarked for the scheme will still be available. The team is preparing an updated programme for the scheme to factor in delays to the full business case approval process and requirements to carry out a new tender exercise. Early in August, after the general election, I joined Councillors Bradley and Girling in writing a joint letter to the new, but now already former, Secretary for State for Transport, Louise Haigh, pressing the importance of continuing with the 614-6097 project and other road schemes and capital investment in Nottinghamshire. Regarding the 614-697 scheme specifically, the Minister for Local Transport, Simon Lightwood MP, replied on the 29th of August stating, and I will quote, in response to your request for funding assurances for the 614 and 697 corridor schemes, we can confirm the Secretary of State for Transport is commissioning a review of the department's spending portfolio, which will move quickly and will make recommendations about current and future schemes. It's too early to say how this will affect these schemes, but the department will be in touch with the relevant promoters when there is further information, which is very important, Mr. Chairman. Unquote. So, Chairman, it probably does not help progress that the Secretary of State has already been forced to resign, but as of today, Simon Lightwood MP remains in place as local transport minister, unless anybody's got a message to say any different. So let's hope he is a believer in the scheme. Latest feedback from the DFT suggests that there won't be as much funding available, and work is underway with EMCA to find the shortfall of funding to ensure the scheme remains viable. Officers are now working to secure approval from both funders, I mean DFT and EMCA, and are planning for a summer 2025 start. Councillor Carr's question seems to be a little preoccupied with the potential cancellation of the scheme and determining who is at fault or who to blame if that happens. Until I have any other evidence or cause to think otherwise, I want to take a more positive view that the scheme will be able to proceed, even if it needs funding in a different way. I'm sure residents would agree that if the scheme eventually goes ahead, that's more important to them and to Nottinghamshire than preemptive party political games. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Carr, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you for that response. According to the new Labour government, the previous Conservative government left 2.9 billion of unfunded transport commitments. Do you accept that if this council had not stood still, this project may have happened already instead of being in doubt? Along the proposed route, there are banners which read, "Coming soon, A614, A6097 junction improvements." Why did this council order 17 banners which were installed in February 2024? Can you tell me whether you think this council spending £3,145 plus VAT on roadside banners advertising something when the funding wasn't there is good value for money?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I think there may be more than one supplementary question in that. But anyway, Councillor Clark, I'm sure you heard the question. Would you like to answer?
Well, yes, there was a bit of a collage of supplementary questions there, wasn't there, Mr. Chairman? But I will continue to be obviously extremely brief in answering. But as I indicated earlier, we don't think that it has been. We haven't been stalling it at all. We have been not sitting still, as has been mentioned. We are there ready with shovels ready. In terms of the 2.9 billion, it's all part of long-standing transport funding packages that have been promised in various forms, and we are anxious to make sure that we work with the Mayor of EMCA as well to ensure that we can still attract the necessary funding into the county to help with these schemes. We continue to make sure we lobby the government, the DFT, to ensure that we can get that funding for the big project. And in terms of the 17 banners, then they were put up in absolutely 100% good faith, Mr. Chairman, on the basis that we had been advised that the money was on its way, and that we were anxious, as I've already indicated in my previous answer, to be ready, to have the shovels ready, so that we could actually continue or start the project as soon as the cheque was in the bank. And so it was very important that we were ready. And it's important, as we always do with this council, to make sure that our communications were very good and that the local residents of Nottinghamshire were informed and understood why there was going to be a lot of disruption on the roads in the future, and that there would be a lot of work going on. And so it's important that we make sure that those residents are fully aware as to why that is the case. Because, of course, there are people who are using Ollerton roundabout at the moment that are held up with a lot of congestion and trying to enter that roundabout, and it takes a long time sometimes to negotiate that roundabout. Warren Hill junction is extremely dangerous. It has an opposing priority which needs to be sorted out, and also the people who are using Loudon roundabout are also very concerned that they have to wait a long time in order to negotiate that roundabout, and so that's why it's important that we do get this funding underway, as indeed at Kirkhill traffic lights, which actually is borders on my division. The amount of congestion and the waiting time in order to negotiate that that junction takes an awfully long time. So I'm sorry to have been so brief, Mr. Chairman, but I'm sure that fully answers Councillor Carr's question.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and it shows you have a knowledge of the junctions. Right, we'll move on to the next question now, which is Councillor Pringle. This about local urgent and emergency services in Newark. Councillor Roger Jackson will reply. So, Councillor Pringle.
Thanks, Chair. Straightforward. Following the resolution passed by the Health Scrutiny Committee in April, will this council ask for representatives of RCB, SFH, FT to attend a public meeting in Newark in order to inform residents of the changes to opening times and the availability of alternative local urgent and emergency services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle, and Councillor Roger Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's the first time I'm on my feet today. Can I congratulate Councillor Smith on becoming leader? I'm looking forward to him leading us back to Oak House with the largest group next May. Yeah. Anyway, Councillor Pringle, thank you very much for your question. Following the discussion at the April Health Scrutiny meeting to which Councillor Pringle refers, public engagement was undertaken by the ICB and at a Nottinghamshire District Council scrutiny meeting regarding implementation of the decision to move the new opening hours of the Urgent Treatment Centre on a permanent basis further to those consultations. And having listened to patients and residents' concerns, opening hours were indeed extended on a permanent basis. They are now 8 AM to 10:30 PM, which at the last patient being admitted at 9:30. The previous hours were 9 till 9. And they are now above the national requirements needed for that type of hospital for emergency care. The Health Scrutiny Committee has requested an update that includes information on how the permanent hours and alternative options have been communicated with residents. To make sure these are clear, the update is scheduled to be considered at the 11th of February meeting of the Health Scrutiny Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. No supplementary. Thank you, Councillor Pringle. So our next question is from Councillor Lee Waters regarding contributions to road closure costs for events, and Councillor Neil Clark will reply. So, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. How much money did this council receive for, one, the road closures for the Remembrance Sunday commemorations across Nottinghamshire, and two, road closures for the Tour of Britain cycling event across Nottinghamshire?
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer to Councillor Waters' first question should, of course, be zero, because the County Council makes no charge for undertaking the legal work and the other officer time involved for making the temporary traffic regulation orders needed for events led by the armed forces. However, where signing is needed, then event organisers may well incur costs in providing that signage because it's not known at the time exactly what signs may be required. With regards to your Councillor Waters' second question, the Council received no funding in respect of road closures for the East Midlands Tour of Britain stage in September 2024. That is because the required traffic management activity across the region was both organised and also paid for by the promoter of the event directly to those partners who delivered those services. Excuse me. Some of the traffic management activity carried out in Nottinghamshire to ensure safe event was undertaken by Via East Midlands Limited, and as such will accordingly be reimbursed by the organisers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Waters, do you have a supplementary question?
Chairman, I believe I answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So move on to question 11, which is from Councillor Paul Henshaw. This is about social care staff view of increased. I'll start with again. From Councillor Paul Henshaw about social care staff view of increased national living wage. Councillor Henshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I'll read the question out. That's easier than say. Bearing in mind we need some time. Have you spoken to or received feedback from staff in the social care sector about the positive impact of the uplift in the national living wage will have on their financial well-being? John, thanks.
Thank you, and Councillor Jonathan Wheeler to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Henshaw, for the question. So, as the Chairman said at the start, I've been asked about meeting lots of our team along with Councillor Smith and Councillor Lee's been along some events as well. And first of all, to take the opportunity to place on record my absolute thanks, I'm sure all of our thanks to our fantastic teams are out there who are working day in, day out for us. We're going into seeing them, the energy and the passion they have for their vocation second to none. And I'll never forget the commitment they put in. I'm sure none of us will either. In terms of pay, it's come up, of course, in conversation I've had with all the team. I think anyone in this room would never say no to a pay rise, would we? And same with themselves there. And I welcome the fact that they're getting an extra pay increase. And remember, it was this administration that gave a £1 uplift onto our social care workers last year as well to recognise the fantastic contribution they made. I think the question I've had back from our team is, how's it going to be funded? That's their worry, because if it's not properly funded, the impact on care could be, of course, absolutely hit. And in terms of the division we do, we have a set budget as Council knows, so everyone does, the Chamber does. So if we do not get the correct funding from government, that means that the care we give could be compromised in certain areas, which is not what we want to do, as has been clear from what this administration has always done. We've invested significant amounts into our social care. We've got a fantastic team who work day in, day out. We've not to do anywhere near the cuts other people have to do. But what is clear so far from the government is it's unclear how they are going to fund the increase. It's been talked about extra money coming in. We've gone through the numbers so far. We still don't know what the exact money will be. But from everything we've seen so far, the extra money we'll get from government will be nowhere near covering the cost, not only of the national living wage increase, but also the employer contributions. I will be talking about it further on when we get to our motion, but I think it's just worth, just in case we don't get that part to put on record, the number of providers have been in contact with us already to say they are extremely worried about the impact the budget's having, because they of course want to give their staff a pay rise. Everyone would like to do that, but they are afraid that they are not going to be able to sustain the levels of care they currently do and not be able to employ the same people they currently do unless it is properly funded. So I hope we can all come together in urging MPs and the government to make sure they properly fund adult social care. I've talked about it before. The NHS is absolutely vital. What funding they're getting, but if adult social care is not properly funded the same way, then that money could come to us. Effectively, going to be spent by the NHS dealing with matters that we can deal with. If you've seen this morning in the press, or we talk about that the NHS talk about 95% capacity already due to the weather, and of course we've done the full impacts of the winter fuel allowance and what that's going to have over the winter as well. So, like I say, our team are very much worried about the impact, the wider impact, because they are caring people. So of course they are very much delighted they've had a pay increase, but as naturally caring people, they are worried about the impact of people they care for. So let's very much hope, and Sure Council will join me, and we've worked together in trying to work with our MPs. Now, not here today, I'm sure you have conversations with them as I will do with Robert and with other MPs to say what pressure we can put on government to ensure that they recognise the fantastic and important work our social care does and should be funded properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Henshaw.
Yeah, thanks for that reply. But you'll know I've been banging the drum in relation to the crisis in social care, or the crisis in keeping and retaining care workers. And one of the big factors, not the only factor, is the remuneration that care workers actually get. So when a care worker can actually go and work for somebody like Amazon and be on £15 an hour, or they can go to Aldi and be on £13 an hour, and go to Tesco's and be on £15 an hour, there's not a real big incentive, is there, to stay in the caring profession? So what I want to ask you, Jonathan, do you really think that the uplift of the national living wage for care workers will address the recruitment and retention crisis that we find ourselves in now? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Wheeler.
If I can answer in short, I think it hopefully will go some way towards, but as I talked about before, I think it's that wider funding about social care, because I say, naturally caring people are people working out social care. If they don't feel like the money is there to provide adult care, they rightly so are not going to be comfortable doing that role, which I think I can completely understand. As someone who's been on minimum wage working in supermarkets, I can tell you that our teams who are in adult social care, I think the reason they do it is because it's a vocation they're born in, they really enjoy it. And what we are trying to do, especially what I am doing, what Tom is doing, and I know like yourself and colleagues play as well, is ensure we have that right culture. So with our team, we're investing into the technology side, which Councillor Jackson, thank you for his support with that, to make sure that we provide the right tools to our team, to make sure that they are able to spend more time caring, not writing reports, to ensure that we, as we are doing, to constantly look after our team. So myself and Tom were delighted to be at our learning celebration event last month at the Newark Showground, which I know some colleagues came to as well, to recognise fantastic contribution our teams make, and to also sit down there and learn with the team. So with World Cafe events, sat down with various teams, learning what they do, and obviously giving that feedback to them as well, and hearing the fantastic contribution they make. It really inspires me to keep working as hard as I can for them. I'm sure it's colleagues as well. So all the assurance I give to all our teams is we will do all we can from our end to support them. We hope that the government again shows that they recognise the important work that social care workers make by not only ensuring that they are making sure our teams are paid well, but at the same time giving them the tools to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Our next question is from Councillor Andy Meakin, and this is regarding replacement for Kirkby and Mansfield HWRCs, and Councillor Neil Clark to reply.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I congratulate Councillor Smith on his elevation to leader? Thank you. At the last full council meeting, the former leader announced plans to relocate Kirkby and Mansfield household waste recycling centres. Can you outline what progress you have made to identify the replacement site and give full council an indication of timeframes? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, and mentioning the former leader allows me to also congratulate the former leader on a very successful term of office during the last 3.5 years or so. So turning to the question, and as Councillor Meakin acknowledges in his question, Councillor Bradley at the previous full council meeting did make a statement about the Kirkby and Ashfield and Mansfield household waste recycling centres, as well as other centres as well. Given the misinformation that a certain political group has spread around about HWRC's issue, I don't think it does any harm to recap Councillor Bradley's previous comments. He said, and I quote, "To end this conversation about everything shutting, which is not the case, let's be very clear about what is happening. We want every region of the county to have the kind of service that Newark residents have, which is the best example of a high quality service that offers the full range of recycling and is accessible." And Councillor Bradley further explained, and again, I quote, "Beeston Recycling Centre is absolutely not shutting. Bilsthorpe Recycling Centre, we're not going to close it. We're looking at how we can invest in it to increase the level of service and make it more sustainable
for residents so that Bilsthorpe residents can keep their tip. Calverton Recycling Centre is absolutely not closing. Giltmook Recycling Centre is absolutely not closing. Hucknall Recycling Centre is absolutely not closing. Retford and Worksop are not closing. Unquote. He explained that we intend to invest in the new West Bridgeford site within a couple of miles of the existing outdated, constrained, inaccessible site. And regarding Kirkby and Mansfield recycling centres, Councillor Bradley continued, quote, that's at least £10. Chairman, I didn't realise that Kirkby Mansfield recycling centres merited such a fanfare.
We have actually got a little list going on. We have got a little. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got a little list going on here as to how much we're raising today from mobile phones, and so far we're at £50. So Councillor Clark, please continue.
Thank you. I look forward to another fanfare at the end of my answer. So,
Councillor Clark, please continue.
Thank you. This is great air conditioning. This morning it was very cold, and now they're opening the windows and it's too hot.
That's why we have to move out of here.
Anyway, sorry, Chad. I was just about to start quoting Councillor Bradley again. So, quote. No, I've already done that bit, haven't I? These are 2 miles apart, and neither of them is brilliant. I'm referring to the Kirkby and Mansfield centres. Neither of them offers the full range of services. Some cross-party members, have visited them, and the feedback to the scrutiny committee was that they were not as good as Newark. They don't have a range of services or the accessibility. Our intention is to build a new recycling centre in the immediate vicinity of those two. It will be closer for some people. It'll be a little further away for others, but still in that immediate vicinity. Not miles away, not minutes away, but right in the area, with the full range of all singing, all dancing services like those residents in Newark have, so that residents in Mansfield and Kirkby can have those services too. This is an investment to improve the service and make those services more accessible. I'm going to repeat that, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure it sinks in. This is an investment to improve the service and make those services more accessible. If it is 2 minutes further away, but you don't have to queue for 15 minutes to get in, then that's a good thing. Unquote. So, Chairman, I'm pleased to say that officers have already been working diligently in the background as the first step to identify suitable replacement sites for both the West Bridgeford and the Mansfield and Kirkby and Ashfield recycling centres. I expect to sanction further detailed investigation work as the next step on 3 possible sites in the very near future. I would ask fellow members to engage positively in the ongoing site selection process. That support will be important to ensure that the potential options identified are thoroughly considered and that any firm proposals subsequently brought forward provide the best possible outcome for the residents of the areas concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And Councillor Meakin, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for your reply. Just a quick one there. Will the Cabinet member now commit to carrying out a full consultation with the communities of Kirkby, Ashfield, Mansfield and Sutton to identify an appropriate site or sites in the area? Will any plans to relocate the tips be reflected in Council's budget in February? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Meakin. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, to a certain extent, I think I probably did answer that in the original question, because I did refer to the consultation and the work that would be necessary in order to identify. I'm just looking, I can't just quite see where it was, but certainly in asking for members to engage positively
in the site selection process. That is an important part. It's important to recognise and to identify the requirements of local residents and to make sure that we provide a facility that will provide the most comprehensive service absolutely possible. And I'm absolutely confident that that will be the case. And we will certainly make sure that that consultation is comprehensive to ensure that the officers have detailed information at their fingertips in coming up as we discuss a final recommendation to take the improved service forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We've reached the hour deadline for questions. There were questions from Councillors Martin, Shaw, Fole, Doddy and Hollis. They will go through as written questions and written replies for the next minutes. So we move on now to... making on now, £60 now, that's good. We'll move on now to notice of motions. Yeah, it's yes. Can we carry on? We have 3 motions on the agenda today. Please be aware that if we are to complete all business today, we will need to start motion 3 by no later than 4:30. It's now 3:10, so we'll go into motion 1, which is reintroducing highway manage and operate partnerships, otherwise known as MOPs. And I call Councillor Jason Zadrozny to move the motion. So, Councillor Zadrozny, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In moving the notice of motion on page 97 of the agenda, I want to begin by thanking the Highways staff, past and present, for their dedication and assistance in crafting this proposal. Their insight has been critical, as has feedback from residents and colleagues across borough and district councils who remember when highways maintenance was handled differently and better. This motion is about taking back control over our roads, pavements and drains, control over a system that has demonstrably failed to meet the needs of the people we serve. Above all, it's about controlling how we do things differently, because the current approach is simply not working. Mr. Chairman, I put it to this council. What do we have to lose by exploring this opportunity? Residents are exasperated. Public discontent with the state of Nottinghamshire's highways is louder than ever. Complaints about crumbling roads, unsafe pavements and blocked gullies dominate every consultation, every council surgery and every conversation we have with those we are elected to represent. Yet, year after year, this council promises things will improve, and year after year, we fail to deliver meaningful change. When Nottinghamshire County Council decided to end the successful manage and operate partnerships in 2010, the decision was driven by centralisation and hunger for political credit, not better outcomes. The report cited a desire for greater consistency and accountability. But let's ask ourselves honestly, has the current system delivered either? Instead, we are left with record number of potholes, rising compensation claims and growing frustration. Our residents deserve better. They deserve a council prepared to try new approaches, rethink what isn't working and listen to those closest to the problems. This motion does not commit us to delegating responsibilities tomorrow. It simply asks us to consider whether borough and district councils, those closer to the communities affected, could manage highways maintenance more effectively. Is that unreasonable? Is it radical to suggest we ask questions about whether we are serving our public as best we can? There is a greater risk in doing nothing than in exploring this option. Under the current arrangements, compensation claims continue to climb as more residents injure themselves on unsafe pavements and roads. Flooding from blocked drains and gullies disrupts lives and damages homes. Businesses, taxi drivers and delivery services lose time and money navigating unsafe streets. The public is paying the price for this inertia, and why should they continue to suffer while we refuse to even examine alternatives? In 2021, the Highways Review Panel made numerous recommendations, yet here we are, years later, with little to show for them. Instead, this council extended its contract with Via East Midlands without addressing fundamental failures. As Via's sole owner, we have the power to hold it accountable and demand results, so why don't we? Imagine a Nottinghamshire where residents trust that their roads and pavements will be repaired promptly and professionally, where decision making is localised with borough and district councils empowered to prioritise community needs, where resources are distributed equitably, ensuring no area is left behind. Under the Independence Group proposal, borough and district councils could take charge of essential highways maintenance tasks, from pothole repairs to gully cleaning and street lighting. These are not revolutionary ideas, they are proven solutions that worked in the past and could work again. We all know that the current system is failing. Every councillor here knows the daily frustration of hearing residents' complaints, seeing the potholes ourselves, and facing the uncomfortable truth that we are not doing enough. And this motion asks only one thing, that we start the conversation about doing better. And what do we lose by trying? And what do we gain by standing still? Leadership is about being brave enough to admit when something isn't working. It's about showing the public that their voices are heard, their concerns matter, and their safety is our priority. This motion is an opportunity to do just that, to send a clear message to the people of Nottinghamshire that we are willing to think differently, to act boldly, and to explore every avenue to deliver the change to the highways that they deserve. Mr. Chairman, the state of our highways is not just a technical failure, it's a moral failure. Our residents are tired of excuses, of empty promises, and the endless cycle of deterioration. They are asking for change, and it is our duty to provide it. At the very least, they deserve a council willing to consider other ways of doing things. So let's take us the first step today, to write to borough and district councils and ask them if they want to take responsibility for highways. Task the Place Select Committee to consider how local councils could play a more significant role in highway maintenance, and show our residents that we are serious about finding solutions. Mr. Chairman, what is the point of leadership if not to explore every possibility for improving the lives of the people we serve? This is a moment for boldness, for vision, for action. Let's seize it together. I urge every member of this chamber to vote for this motion. Let us fix our broken roads and pavements together. Let us take back some control. Our residents deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zadrosny. Councillor Steve Carr, you wish to second the motion?
I'll second the motion, reserve the right to speak.
Righty-ho. So reserved. So we need Councillor Clark. You wish to respond?
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. There's only one sentence in this motion with which that we can agree, namely that Nottinghamshire County Council recognises that making sure roads are properly maintained, / improved, is a key priority for local people. Absolutely. We could not agree more, and that's why it is a key priority for the local people, for me, for this administration too. We do not agree, however, that reinstating managing and operating partnerships, MOPs, as I refer to from now on, would contribute any more to that objective than the arrangements we already have. In fact, quite the opposite. The motion states that Nottinghamshire County Council's Cabinet voted to scrap the MOPs with Ashfield, Mansfield and Broxtowe councils on 31st of March 2012. That's at best badly worded or frankly incorrect, because there was no Cabinet on that date of the 31st of March 2012. The Cabinet decision to scrap the MOPs was actually made at a Cabinet meeting 2 years earlier on the 24th of March 2010. I think what the motion meant to say is that the MOPs arrangements actually ended with effect from midnight on the 31st of March 2012. That much is true. The reasons for terminating the MOPS were set out in the Cabinet Report of March 2010, and I believe those reasons still stand. In fact, there is plenty of evidence pointing to the fact that we made the right decision. Just a couple of examples. There was an issue of communications, i.e. the County Council's role being enhanced by being one commissioner rather than there being four. And also then in communications, the reporting of issues. Bear in mind that and flooding is very much part of it, but floods do not recognise dotted lines of municipal boundaries. Floods go across and probably cross over, if not two, maybe even more districts, and therefore it's important that there's one body that is dealing with the whole of that issue. Another example would be staff development, training, etc., where with a single provider is best, so that consistency in training, consistency in health and safety procedures, and consistency of standards. So that will also give you economies of scale. So economies of scale in procuring resources and equipment. Excuse me. Chairman, there are many more specific examples of why this council was right to move away from the MOPS arrangements, and colleagues will no doubt highlight some of them. I get the sense, however, that this motion really hasn't got anything to do with making sure roads are properly maintained and improved, but rather it's a preemptive strike on behalf of Ashfield District Council against what they fear will be proposed by the devolution white paper, and that's why we need to be waiting for that devolution white paper. Wearing my other hat as leader of Rushcliffe Borough Council, I can understand why an Ashfield councillor and Boxtel councillor might be motivated to promote and protect the role of borough and district councils, but if that's the case, I think they have chosen a weak example or vehicle to make their case. The MOPS are not universally remembered as the halcyon days of highways service delivery. In fact, the prevailing evidence suggests that a return to such arrangements would be detrimental. I would just note, Councillor Zadrozny made reference to a lot of flooding, made reference to blocked gullies, and talked about a record number of potholes, which actually it's a reducing number of potholes, Mr. Chairman. But importantly, I want to stress on the flooding issue, just as an example, this administration has invested an extra £467,000 in unblocking gullies. We've got a regime now of unblocking. There's 140,000 gullies in the county. So far we've unblocked over 100,000 of them. We've increased the tanker fleet from 2 to 7. I've been out with some of the tanker fleets. We've done some promotional videos to illustrate the fact that we have increased that work. So there's always going to be block gullies. You can never guarantee never to have one, but they are reducing.
30 seconds left.
Thank you. Just to finish, so if this motion is in fact an attempt to defend District Council power base, then is actually counterproductive, because by acknowledging what appears to be a growing probability that the two-tier local government is coming to an end, it illustrates precisely why this is not the time to be speculating on the future working relationship between counties and districts, which may soon not exist in the form we presently know them. If current speculation about the plans for the English devolution is anywhere near accurate, we need to wait for that devolution white paper. We will be voting against the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Fole.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I must confess, I agree, and usually I agree with a lot of what Councillor Clark has just said, because we think that this motion is both poorly timed and it would be,
carried away.
You just wait a minute, and it would be expensive to deliver. mean, in your own background papers to this motion, there's a link to the decision papers which says a decision made in 2012, which set out very clearly budgetary savings of almost £1 million associating with scrapping this particular MOPS setup. You say what we've got to lose in terms of kind of reverting back to this, going back to districts. Well, there's your figure, and it'll be more than that now, won't it? I mean, historically, localised highways management is only worthwhile when funding's available. And I find it hard to believe that the independents are seriously suggesting now is a time to be spending seven-figure sums bringing back a discredited 12-year policy. The reason why the roads and pavements are in such a state is because their Conservative government hasn't invested enough money in it, year after year after year. I think it needs more money, not delegating down to districts. So the cost of reintroducing MOPS would represent poor value for money for our residents. So I'm sure much rather this council spent the money directly on improving our crumbling roads and pavements and right across our county, not just the ones that you've just described in your motion. And I mean, this is our job, isn't it? When you're going back to saying, you know what needs to happen, how many times now today have we seen petitions, constituency speeches where people have told you what needs to be done in your districts and boroughs? That's our job. We can do that. You don't need to delegate this back downwards for that to happen. And again, to agree with Councillor Clark, I think the proposals for local government reorganisation are very likely to feature in the upcoming devolution paper. We know that LGR is on the cards now. So I do think it does make sense to see what government is suggesting before we make this kind of funding commitment. Taking decisions about delegating highways management to councils that may not even exist in a few times just seems daft to me. So because we think this is pointless, we're going to abstain on this. It is a pointless and expensive power grab on behalf of the independent group. So we won't be supporting it, but we will be abstaining on the grounds that it's just completely pointless. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fold. Councillor Adams.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, as my colleague, Councillor Clark, has already said, we as a group were voting against this today, and I want to maybe propose a slightly different reason why. Having been a district councillor in Gedling for a number of years now, we already have a service in operation by the districts that doesn't perform, one of which regularly hasn't performed, and one of which actually has a massive knock-on effect on our highway network. Curzon Street in Netherfield, Main Street Burton Joyce, Burton Road Gedling, Stoke Lane Burton Joyce, Vale Road Colwick, Chorlworth Road in Netherfield and Colwick, Netherfield Centre, Crifton Road Burton Joyce are all subject to surface water flooding. Surface water flooding that is caused by blocked drains. I'm very happy to report that very recently our drainage teams have been out and cleared those blockages, having spent a lot of time doing it. Severn Trent pumped, well, it was millions of tonnes, not millions, that seems too much actually, thousands of tonnes of detritus out of some of their main drains, stuff that has been going down those drains for a period of time. That stuff doesn't just get there on its own. It gets there because the roads aren't swept properly, the pavements aren't swept properly. We end up with gratuitous amounts of leaves blocking these drains. And this is something that is fundamentally in control of the District Council in Gedling currently. Every year, over the past, I think it's 5 or 6 years now, we have put a proposal in to increase the number of road sweepers. I'll be honest, it seems at the moment that's the least of the problems adding to them. The current fleet struggles to maintain its activity on the network. This leads, like I said, in no small part into surface water flooding, which causes damages to property. It causes problems with traffic trying to traverse across the highways network. And subsequently as well, because we're getting surface water flooding, every time a car drives over that forces that water into the highway, which then breaks up the highway as well. Never mind adding to that additional effect winter, and that water gets into those cracks in the road, freezes, and then breaks the road surface apart. So standing water is the road's worst friend. And subsequently, as a result of that, the idea that passing on more responsibility back to the district council in regards to the maintenance or operation of our highway, I'll be honest, sends a shiver down my spine. And it should for anybody else that's considering it, considering the problems we've had. There's nothing worse than flooding, I don't think, because talking to residents as I did in Vale Road when they had serious flooding on their street, it gets into your property. And the worst thing, the things it attacks, the things that matter the most to you, is the family pictures. It's the things that are on the walls, that the water and the moisture gets into and damages permanently. It's those memories, those important things, those photographs, things like that. It's a horrible thing. And that's why we kept putting that same change to the budget every year to try and really enforce that point. We even suggested that, look, let's cut the amount of money that councillors are able to spend on a CDF, or even let's take money away from cabinet members as well. Let's put that money into road sweepers. That was turned down as well. So sadly, until the operation, at least in my own council of Gedling, starts to focus more on the residents itself, there's no future in adding any additional responsibility to Gedling Borough Council's sheet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Hollis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think members won't be surprised to hear me say that I think returning to the MOPS agreement would be a fantastic idea. Mainly because I think things like it improves transparency, Mr. Chairman, and I think another factor is via the County Council already delegate many of its highways responsibilities to Ashfield District Council. So, for example, grass verge cutting, we have the contract for cutting the grass verges within Ashfield. So I kind of see a MOPS agreement as a simplistic approach to simplify and improve transparency to residents, because it is confusing for certainly any resident, however engaged they are, to think that the Ashfield District Council or any district borough is responsible for sweeping the roads but not maintaining them. And then even slight anomalies, for example, like clearing the gullies. So I have to explain to people why the road's perfectly swept, but the drain's completely blocked. Of course, that's the county council that hasn't bothered to turn up with the sucker. I think, to coin a phrase that we were chatting about in the group room, I think there's slightly more sightings of, I know the BBC are doing a piece on Mr. Lucan at the minute, than the sucker that comes to clear out the drains. And actually, you can go around Huthwaite Marketplace or any road in Sutton, and you will see blocked drains. And so when I hear things like flooding from any Conservative member, well, clear out their own infrastructure. And I think things like the MOPS agreement would improve the targeted nature, because we're more local. The district council is more local. The county council is more strategic. Actually, things like the highways, in my mind, are actually a bit of a disjointed, because we want to be focused on care. Adult care, social care, children's, they're all the big things that tackle this authority. And there's no reason why there's no surprise, that the highways are completely crumbling. It's because our focus is on that. I don't think we do a perfect job with that either, but actually that's where the main focus is. And actually, if highways was the more responsibility of the districts, which we have the expertise, we do country parks, we do road sweeping, this would be better. And I think if anybody drives along Station Road, Sutton, which has got Aldi, Lidl, Wickes, it's absolutely in an atrocious place, but only a stone's throw away. The county council decided to spend nearly £1 million putting a new cycle lane in, which genuinely takes you longer to get on a bike, starts from nowhere, leads to nowhere. I know where the residents of Ashfield, and particularly Sutton and Ashfield, would have rather seen that money spent. And things like an agreement like MOPS, which would improve the localism and improve actually where we want to see money spent. And actually, any member that's not from Mansfield or Ashfield probably doesn't necessarily always see this, because Ashfield and Mansfield members know that the county council value our roads that poorly, that we always finish, and for the last 13 years we've finished 6th and 7th in the funding for roads in our area. And I think it's a battle between Mansfield and Ashfield who doesn't finish last. And that's why the roads in our area are crumbling. And I think, frankly, the only way that Huthwaite would ever see any roads predominantly resurfacing is to change its name to Hickling Pastures, Mr. Chairman. That is the only chance we would have, because there's been £250,000 spent on roads in Hickling Pastures and seen expensive machinery
which I wouldn't even know what it looked like, Mr. Chairman, because it never comes to Ashfield. It's been in Ickling Pastures, a village of about 50 houses, more than it has of a village of 2,500 at Uthwaite, Mr. Chairman. But that's why I kind of see the MOPS agreement as a positive step, and the money that's been splashed about. I mean, Councillor Foles' assertion about the money. I mean, I don't recognise those comments at all. There's no financial implication to this whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Councillor John Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was having a nice little rest then, and then Mike jumped up and said we'd done this. It was our fault and everybody's fault. The fault in Netherfield, I'm not going to blame it on the county council or the borough council, but there are, if he knows his own area properly, bearing in mind I represented that area, there are 40 contributaries to go down there. Part of Netherfield is down below the water level, and therefore when it's running down to the train, so 40 contributors all running down, including the stuff off the old pit site, things like that, does cause a problem. The problem must be shared here, because the roads have deteriorated, and when you looked at them, and I've been campaigning with my fellow councillor in there, in Netherfield, and she and myself have observed on several occasions all over the place, and all over the borough in fact, they are piled up with stones, but where did the stones come from? They came from the roads that were deteriorating. You know, that's the problem we've got to deal with, and whether we do it locally, whether we do it through here. Once something, Councillor Clark, my namesake and fellow, well, not fellow person, but we get on all right, over there, has said about the amount of vehicles now. I'm glad it's gone up to 7, because there were only 1 at one time. And when there was only 1, and then it went to 2, and gradually now we've got up to 7, it proves that some of the Victorian engineering we've got in drains does work. And it clearly works, because when it's you know, it's emptied on a regular basis, and we've got the things, we've got the emails that come back from here that have not been done for such and such a time. 7% saying 86% of the drains in Netherfield, Collick and Burton Joyce area had never been emptied for years. There was lots of things like that. So there's all sorts of people, and Mike is trying to put it down to the fact that we've got this problem with we're not clearing the streets. Well, we are clearing the streets within the budgets we've got, and it goes back, and you've heard it, I'm sick of hearing it as well, 14 years of reductions in funding for local councils, and it's got to have had some effect, and that's clearly what it has had. It's had an effect on it. You can't buy the extra machines, you can't afford it, you can't afford the people to run them, you can't afford the money to buy them. So I'm just refuting that you know, it was put out there, Councillor Adams, who seems to have gone missing. But anyway, we'll have a chat about it later, no doubt. It's come back. There we are. Great. Yeah, your point to my point, Mike, as we often discuss. But there is a clear problem here, because I was saying Pauline Allen's husband Roy was telling me today about one around Coppice Road at Mappy, and that's on right at the top on Mappy Ridge there. It's a huge puddle there, but it's caused because there's loads and loads of silt and stuff that's going in, and some of the roads are broken, some to do with the excessive amount of leaves. The snow recently showed how you could soon block up your drains. We've got to do something with it. But until we see some more funding, hopefully we will. But I'm not hopeful of any government giving extra funding to local government. But we do need clearly to look at it and make sure it works. One of the things that I will say, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that falls on district councils, borough councils, etc., we've got a water thing. It's called the Hughes Dyke that runs through from the old pit on up at Gedling there where the country park is. It runs down, and there's no I think they call it riparian. Somebody will tell me, a lawyer, riparian or whatever it is. Thanks, Chris. Who owns this? So who owns it? So for the last God knows how many years, we've been trying to find out who owns part of this Hughes Dyke, and there are so many people. County, there's environment don't want anything to do with it. County say it's not theirs. The Severn Trent say it's not theirs. But where does the ultimate thing fall? It falls on the borough council. So I've had to go and raid the budgets now to buy to have it done, and it's going to be about £100,000 to do that. So therefore, that would have bought us 2 extra sweepers, Mike. You know, when you look at the budget, when we said, well, where's that been spent? But disagree with Mike. There are things to do, but there's a lot of people to blame, not just one borough council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's communications, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. It's all about communication and the lack of communication from the department over for the member of transport. What we have is a total failure in communication to the people that they have no budget. They keep saying they've got budget for this, for that, for the other. In my division, 6009 at Long Lane was completely flooded for weeks upon weeks upon weeks last year. Well, I went out there, spoke to the officers concerned. Yes, we'll clear the gullies. The problem being is that we have a 650mm pipe going into a 450mm pipe underneath the road. Now, if that was down to local MOPS, we would have the accountability in Ashfield to actually deal with that. We would be able to take care of those issues. But also the potholes on Nabs Lane. We have just suffered 20 solid weeks of diversions off that road. No communication to the people as to why. And now that on the last 10 days, one junction on Nabs Lane at the junction of Ascot had 8 incidents where the RAC were called out because of potholes. The potholes were filled in, and then 2 days later they were back to where they were. So there's no accountability for the work that's being done. The incidents, I can go on and on and on about the incidents. Concerns that we have, that if you had consultation, you would then give the people a knowledge of where you are with that. Now, I want to quote Einstein. Albert Einstein said, "The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result." Now, Einstein, a clever guy. Now, if we keep going down the route of where we are with the current VIA policy and not bringing it back to the local division, that is a definition of insanity. In 2005 to 2009, this county had the best roads in Britain. Absolutely no question about it. From then on, we have gone downhill. Absolutely unbelievable. The infrastructure is crumbling. Our drains are blocked. Our footways are crumbling. There's no policy for repairing footways. There has not been one planned programme of maintenance to empty our gullies. Not one. Not in Hucknall. Absolutely not in Hucknall. They're blocked. I specifically asked for gullies to be cleared off, Common Lane and Nabs Lane, whilst that diversion was in place. They are still blocked.
Carry on, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you.
Clock's ticking.
They are still blocked. The amount of traffic that road has suffered is now crumbling. So therefore, if we'd have had MOPs in place, we'd have had accountability on a local scale. Whereas at the moment, it seems to get lost in the ether. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Kerry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very interesting so far that we seem to think that Einstein's a very clever guy. Well, he didn't know what a quark was. There you go, that's something else, isn't it? And he also said that you don't keep doing the same thing. Well, actually, there's another option to this, isn't there? Why don't we bring street cleaning back in? Because I can show you pictures right here and here, 3 feet wide leaves. Been there since I reported it to Boxbow on the 18th of November. Had dialogue until the 25th. I asked for a list of streets that have been swept since the start of the autumn. I still have not, I've just checked just now, I still haven't had an answer. And there's one picture here where you can see it's not just this year. You've got clumps of grass that high growing in the gully because it hasn't been done for a long time. So it's not getting done in Broxtowe, even though it's reported. And all that detritus goes into block drains in my patch that we've already swept cleared underground, and some of them are soakaways. So if there's soakaways, they don't get swept downstream, down the drains towards the sewage farm or river, whatever it is. They stay down there. So if you don't regularly do it, you don't get a solution. You get repeat after repeat after repeat of roads flooded across, cars driving along them at speed, pushing the water over the curbs into people's gardens, flooding houses. Actually, in my Mrs. Patch in Haddon Crescent area, we noticed that a couple of years ago, and we've actually had, I believe it's complete now, in fact it is complete, we've had the soakaways renewed. So it's better, it's still not brilliant because they're not, capacity is not massive, whatever. So the Borough Council isn't doing the sweeping. That means we have to do more drain clearing. And I'm sure that Neil's team are going to do more in my area in the coming months because we've got the extra equipment that he's brought in. Thank you very much for that. So another thing is about the boroughs are more local. They've got more local. Oh, we're all local councillors. Can't we sort our own stuff out? Why do we have to go and let somebody else do it? Ridiculous. Anyway, I've had it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. In supporting this motion, I would say it's clear that something needs to change. For example, on Wacknell Road in Hucknall, we have had roadwork since the summer and they have caused chaos. One Hucknall resident said, and I quote, "The roadworks appear poorly designed and poorly managed, leading to significant disruption, costing residents time and money and increasing pollutions in our neighbourhoods." Not my words, the words of former chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council, Kevin Bostons. One of the major issues is the fact that there was poor coordination by Nottinghamshire County Council, with major roadworks going on in Hucknall, at the same time. There was poor communication and it left the residents furious. This wouldn't have happened, Mr. Chairman, if there was more local knowledge. This definitely wouldn't have happened. That's why I fully support this council delegating responsibilities back to councils like Ashfield. We have a track record of delivering major infrastructure projects like the new swimming pool at Hucknall Leisure Centre, Kirby Leisure Centre and much more. If Ashfield District remains in existence, then I believe Ashfield and the other 6 boroughs and district councils are best placed to deliver highways maintenance. Let's face it, things couldn't get any worse. In 2021, Councillor Neil Clark, MBE, admits that the abject state of the highways was this council's biggest reputational risk. It was the same year that this council did a full highways review. This was thanks to intense campaigning by independent councillors in places like Ashfield. Following dozens of recommendations, things have not improved. Via East Midlands, wholly owned by Nottinghamshire County Council, have been rewarded for their failure by being given a brand new 5-year contract. As this motion states, however, this can be reviewed at any time. Let's face it, Council, Nottinghamshire County Council have failed residents since 2013, the exact time that the last 3 MOPS agreements ended. This council needs to change. The stats back this up, and at the end of the day, the stats are the stats. Let's start this conversation now. Let's engage our boroughs and district councils, and let's make Nottinghamshire great again. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Henshaw, please.
Thanks, Chair, for bringing me in relation to this very important topic. There's been quite a few discussions this afternoon, which sort of deviated slightly from the motion that we were debating in relation to flooding. Now, if I'd have had my constituency question or got time for it this morning, I'd have been able to tell council about things that's going off around Mansfield to alleviate flooding. In other words, the Severn Trent investment in the SUDS developments, which are sustainable drainage systems. And what they do, they channel water into a retainer, and then the water runs out a 10mm pipe through filters so it doesn't get blocked up. So it means that the water that a lot of the trouble with flooding is it's water runoff from sealed in driveways and roads, and all the water, instead of soaking through the ground naturally, it runs off. The drainage systems can't cope with it, and therefore you ended up with water build-up and flooding. Now, in my opinion, I think that's a good idea to try and alleviate the problems that's been indicated, because it's not only the issue of flooding that we're debating here. Now, when we look at the kernel of it's an important part of this motion in relation to, is it viable for a strategic authority in relation to highways being fractured and put back into control of district council? Now, that's all right if district councils and boroughs are going to be getting the finance to follow the new responsibilities. So I forget who said it, and you might be able to tell me, Jason. Somebody once said, what's done cannot be undone. I think in this instance, we could look at it, and what has been done could be undone. But I think the problem is, what we find ourselves now in is an uncertainty on how local government is going to be in the future. Now, as you all know, Councillor Anderson and my division has been, part of that division has been moved into Ashfield for parliamentary elections and things like that. My worry is that if you have a system that's outlined in the motion, where would a road sweeper that cleans the gullies come down the road, and then it's the Chesterfield Road part that's in Ashfield, not in Mansfield, and then the driver just turns around and goes back. There are things that we can do, and I think it's quite incumbent on us really to look at the issues, because it's quite right. There's been a problem with the highways, and it's been highlighted on more than one occasion, and I find it amazing that quite a number of my colleagues opposite, during their speeches this morning, raised the issues of highways. Well, 14 years of austerity, 14 years of local government cutbacks, various reports about how the highways. Now, I'm not saying that there are problems that are unsurmountable, because if everybody works together, surely, with the best will in the world, we could do something to make sure that the roads do improve. So I'm going to abstain on this motion, because I think it's come at a particularly wrong time. Perhaps further down the line, when the white paper's out on local government reorganisation and devolution, there may be an opportunity to revisit. Now, I'm not opposed to the point 2 in the motion in relation to talking to chief executives and district council leaders to discuss things. Unfortunately, in Mansfield, we haven't got a chief executive at the moment, but Rushcliffe's gain is our loss. So, in the next few weeks, we might sort that out. But at the end of the day, there are things we need to look at in relation to improving highways, stopping the flooding, and also making sure that gullies and systems are in place to make sure places like Hucknall get their gullies cleaned. It's common sense. Because if you improve it in one area, you should be able to improve it in another. And bloody hell, excuse me, I didn't mean to say that. Let's all work together and try and eliminate the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. I did hear the word, but we'll move on. We're right. Nine more speakers have indicated to speak on this, so I need you all to be very aware and conscious of the time and pressure on business. Just bear that in mind before I call you to speak. Next speaker is Councillor Richard Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief because I'm going to get to my motion that's on the agenda next. I remember this decision.
Colleagues, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I remember this decision very well because I was the Cabinet member for Transport and Highways at the time. It was a no-brainer. Somebody's already talked about £1 million worth of savings that came about from it. They were just the cashable savings. there was huge savings in terms of the much more efficient model of running one highway service rather than trying to run what at the time was 4, but what under this motion could be 7 highway services. Every district that had a MOP had a head of highways, had a senior highways people. They were all highly paid. They were all, although doing a valid job at the time, not productive in terms of actually the work on the highway. What this motion is really calling for is to take that £1 million. By the time we've added inflation to it over the last 15 years, it's probably £2.5 million away from tarmac and put it into people at desks in each and every district council office around the county. Is that what residents really want to see? No, it isn't. They want to see their highways repaired. Quite frankly, they couldn't care less who repairs their highways. I just want to talk about and bust a few myths, actually. There was a lot of nonsense talked about local knowledge being lost when the MOPs were wound up. No, they weren't. The people on the ground who were doing the jobs in the highways inspectors were all tupied across to Notts County Council highways. A lot of them are still now two-paid further on into VIA, and that local knowledge is still there. The same number of county councillors that represented those districts still represent those districts and still have the same say. And if they're doing their jobs, then local knowledge is taken into account in how we manage the highways in their divisions. Do we really want to go back to having 7 highways depots right across the county? No. We've rationalised it. We've got one major highways department bang in the middle of the county. We invested heavily in it because it was going to be the main highways depot for the whole county. We've got satellites then in Gamston and at Markham Moor. It's an efficient system and it works well. Do we want to spend that money that we're currently spending on filling potholes and repairing highways on maintaining 7 sets of highways depots? No, we don't. It's completely nonsense. Just to talk about economies of scale, by having one operation under the umbrella of VIA, we can afford to invest in machinery, expensive machinery. You couldn't have some of these new pieces of kit the highways dragon. Okay, there's been some criticism of where it's been seen and where it hasn't. I'm not sure any of that's actually accurate, but never mind. You couldn't afford one of those in each district. You just couldn't. You can afford 1, 2, 3 perhaps right across the county, and that's what we've done. Our gritting fleet does a fantastic job, but the machinery is highly susceptible to failure because of the nature of what it's actually doing. Force feeding salt and grit through machinery isn't good for machinery. These things break down regularly, no matter how well maintained and how much investment you put into them. VIA, because it's looking after the entire county, can afford to keep spares on board. District councils won't be able to. One gritter breaks down in the district council, a whole chunk of your gritting isn't carried out that night. You end up with ice and snow all over the roads. You end up with dangerous roads and irate customers. Chairman, this is a complete nonsense of motion. It's put down purely so that they can say they put it down when it comes to their election literature. I hope whoever is standing against them will also put down the counter argument that they just want to waste money on not duplicating, not triplicating, what is it, septuplicating, I suppose, multiplying by 7, something like that. The amount of bureaucracy and backroom wastage that would be put back into the system. So this needs to be thrown out.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Just need to let you know, colleagues, we still have 9 speakers down to speak, and the next speaker is Councillor Gowland, please.
Thank you. In the last month, in my area, 1 pedestrian has reported a grazed knee, 1 pedestrian has reported a broken knee, and a cyclist has reported a scratched face. So yes, there's a problem with the roads. Earlier on, everybody was talking about speeding and road damage, but who really would vote for changes to pavement parking and changing to speeding? Come on, bring it on. These things damage the roads and damage the pavements. We want the roads improved, we need to sort these things out. Somebody apparently said stupid things. It's stupid to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So I ask you, what's changed since the MOPs were got rid of? I actually agree with Councillor Kerry. Why do we have 2 sets of people going down the same road to mow the grass on each side of the pavement? It seems to me ridiculous that the boroughs are doing some of this work. It should be moved up to the county, and the county should be doing all of it much more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, a very interesting report. This is very, very interesting. As is said in the motion before us, it is essential that our roads and pavements and the gully cleaning and other amenity services are kept up to a very high standard of repair. I think we all agree with that. But has it been happening over the last few years? Many repairs haven't happened.
And our roads are being continually revisited. Certainly in my area, which we all agree is unacceptable. You can't keep having to come back and revisit problems. It just shouldn't happen. You only have to look at the amount of residents that are put in reports of accidents and that have been taking place due to potholes or other road issues, which is also unacceptable. Now, the Ashfield portfolio holder for highways said how much the improvements have been taking place, but if that's so, why is it that today there has been so many constituency problems and questions been put on road issues? That's the majority of what's been said today, and so it can't be as good as you're saying it is. It is said in the proposed motion that a more professional partnership needs to be investigated. Now, let me tell you something else. There was serious flooding when some 5-foot waves came down Greenwood Avenue in Hucknall into Redwood Court and so forth. They were promised some time ago a report of why it happened, who was at fault on the situation. Nothing's happened. But what I've also said that straight after the flooding came down, lorries were sent down by the district council. No need to have done it, but the lorries were taken down to that area to sweep away all the rubble and so forth. And thank goodness the district council did that, because nothing else happened. Only that they were told, "Oh, you go to your insurance." Go to your council because it was council property. Well, our council properties that were flooded, we did something immediately. But of course, it took a lot longer for those poor people that got insurance. The insurance companies are not so quick as the councils, believe you me. And it's a serious situation. As I say, the reporting of problems needs to be upgraded. We're not winning on this, and acted upon in a more professional manner, and I feel that could be done with more district involvement. Can I say, partnerships? I'm all for partnerships. I love partnerships. The evolution that's taking place was only done because of partnerships, people working together. But at the moment, the highways is a singular organisation, and it's not getting the job done correctly. I'm sorry that it isn't. And it's paramount, as I say, that our roads are kept to a satisfaction that our residents want it to be, and at present it is not. It's good news that this council can review its highways contract at any time. So we can just do it behind the scenes if you want, but we need to have a look and see if we can deliver these services in a better manner for the residents. The residents deserve it. They're paying the council tax. The next motion we've got coming shortly, the council tax is going to have to be, improved. You're going to have to pay a lot more money because of the decision that's been made by the government at this present time. So, ladies and gentlemen, members, please support, try and think about the whole situation and support this before us.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Our next name on the list here is Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Important, this conversation, because A, there's a lot going on in this space already, and B, there's a lot of nonsense being peddled in terms of what is and isn't happening around highways. There has been huge investment over the course of this administration in our highways infrastructure, in maintenance, in capital programmes. Sam referred earlier on to a £100 million capital programme of investment. A huge amount of change. Via as an organisation has entirely new leadership compared to when this administration began, has entirely changed its structures and its management systems, has changed the relationships with the county council and how we manage what we commission from Via, how we manage that relationship as a client of that organisation. There has been wholesale change in how Via works and how we deliver these services over the course of the last 3 years. Now, that has come with some significant challenges, alongside the worst, wettest winter we've ever had on record last winter, alongside massive inflation and the cost of care that drives out funding from other areas that we'd love to invest in. There are huge challenges within it, but to say it's the status quo and nothing's changed and nothing has been looked at is utter nonsense. And there's a lot of nonsense, as I say, been peddled from one or two candidates. Councillor Shaw, not with us at the minute, just makes statements as if they're facts with absolutely nothing to back them up. There is not one programme to clear gullies, he says. I'm sure Councillor Clark will be very pleased to send him the daily schedule of gully cleaning that happens every day. In 2009, we had the best roads in the country. I'd love to see the evidence of that. That would be fantastic. Even if that were true, the idea that we've lived in a vacuum since 2009, where the economic crash didn't happen, COVID didn't happen, and inflation didn't happen, and everything is exactly the same, apart from the fact that VIA is rubbish. That would be incredible to see, but it's not true, is it? Tom, also not here. It's amazing how people leave when you seek to hold them to account later on in the debate. Misrepresented the stats as well. We're consistently at the bottom of their funding formula, he says, 6th or 7th. I've just looked at the 2001 stat. I think Ashfield were 4th on that list. But actually, when you consider the percentage of funding over and above the normal allocation, it's allocated based on miles of road in an area. So tight urban areas have fewer miles of road to repair. Actually, Ashfield consistently gets more than it should in terms of its allocations. So it's just not true. And that is the real challenge, isn't it? We don't live in a vacuum. We live in the real world where funding pressures are a real issue on our services, where we've got duties to deliver other things. We'd love to put 100 million quid more into roads if it existed, but it doesn't. I've got to correct a statement from earlier on as well, Councillor Henshaw, 14 years of austerity. This doesn't exist either. Our funding has gone up every year for the last 6 or 7 years. So let's just focus on things that are factual and true. The truth is, we had a £1.5 billion transport fund due to come our way through the Command Authority. We're not yet clear whether the Labour government is going to actually give us that money or how much of it. We had a significant additional allocation from the HS2 funding that was due to come our way in April, over and above that around roads. Again, we're not clear yet whether the Labour government is going to give us that funding. MCA provides a huge opportunity to deliver investment in our roads, but both the government and the Mayor need to prioritise it. And at the minute, we're not clear as to whether or not that will happen. But we, as an authority, have done absolutely everything within our power to change the way that we deliver these services, to deliver massive investment in roads. And you can see even just the difference from February to September of this year. The amount of resurfacing that happened across this county was an incredible effort by lots of staff. And actually, you see in that cycle of winter weather through to the summer, you get lots of complaints in the winter when there is weather damage and road damage, and then it all disappears in the summer when we're doing a great job of resurfacing major roads and routes and keeping people happy. But what this debate really demonstrates is the fundamental argument that there's a structural problem here, isn't there? Whether it is we put highways out into districts and boroughs, or we bring street cleaning in to the county. Point is, there's this big divide between services that need to be joined up, isn't there? So it's a little bit ironic, Jason, although it seems very reasonable in the approach to this, to say, what is the harm in the conversation? Perhaps there's no harm in the conversation, apart from the fact government is probably about to do the opposite to us and bring these things into one place. But actually what this really is a preemptive strike against government's proposals around local government reorganisation, trying to make the case for district and boroughs.
30 seconds.
What is the harm in entering into that conversation, Jason, in terms of having a discussion about how we might join these services together? Why not wait and see what those proposals look like and have a sensible conversation about how we can deliver the best structures and services for residents, instead of trying to kick off an anti-campaign before that's even started?
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Callaghan.
Oh, thank you for that. Now, Benny boy, you've just stole my thunder, because as being a member of the Police Select Committee, I know there's a programme of works for clearing drains and gullies, and how many they have got to do, and that is quite a lot. And I also know that I am contacted regularly by Carl Whiteley about my division, and if I have any issues, to highlight them. I would also like to say, and don't be anybody trying to nick her either, that Tracy Stringfellow is one of the most fantastic officers in highways that I've come across, because if I ask for something in my division, she gets back to me either the same day or the next day, and I have something that I can pass on to my residents. And you don't get that everywhere, and you certainly don't get it in the district.
Thank you very much. Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I rise in support of this motion. I was first elected in the District Council in 2007, so I've seen both systems, and I fundamentally think that the previous system did work. Councillor Fall, you mentioned that there was £1 million in savings, and Councillor Jackson, you said on top of the £1 million in actual money, there was additional savings that came from that as well. I would go to the other side and say, well, if you hadn't have made that decision, you hadn't have made those savings, would we be in this position where we're in now, where the roads and pavements are in such a state? If you'd have kept it how it was before, would we be worse off? I don't think so. I think we'd be better. I think we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. And I get the feeling that whenever we bring something that you don't agree with very much, you try to muddy the waters, like with the devolution. It's got nothing to do with that. We're not saying, what we're saying is, let's take it to the select committee, because let's be fair, that's what it's there for, to look at other options, to do the ways the council can do things, to make things better. This isn't a be-all, end-all. This isn't a, we are going to make a decision today, we are going to let the district councils have the MOPS agreement back. That's not what this is. What we're saying is, we're doing it in the right way. We're saying, let's take this to the select committee. Let the select committee look at it. Let them look at all the facts. Let them bring it back to the cabinet and say, yes, we can do this. No, we can't. These are the reasons. We're not saying do it now. If you read the papers, we're not saying that. We're not saying we want to spend an absolute fortune on changing the entire system. We're saying we want you to look at the possibilities. We want to look at ways that we can change things to potentially make it work. When you scrap the MOPS agreement, did you just do it as a fundamental decision in the council chamber? No, you'll have took it to a select committee or a scrutiny committee back then at the time. So we're saying, let's look at it. Let's not make the decision, but let's agree to use the correct processes of this council. If there's a policy that we think is wrong, there's a process to look at that policy. We're saying, let's use that process and do things the right way. Why you don't want to do that, I don't know. What you're scared that we might find, I don't know. But you tell us to do things the right way, we're trying to do it the right way, and now you're telling us that we're doing it the wrong way. So tell me, what is the right way? Because select, as far as we were concerned, is the right way about doing this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 more speakers. Councillor Garner.
It's the other. Right, thank you. Right.
You've got 5 minutes max.
5 minutes? 5 minutes? Put stopwatch on then. Right. I don't suppose nobody knows more about potholes than me. However, the problem with the councils, the district councils, they won't have the money to do these jobs. I went round to school today, there that much leaves outside of school. The leaves dropped a month ago, they're still there. Okay, I'm knocking Mansfield Castle, I'm a councillor, don't get me wrong. And of course got portfolio on here, so I better watch. But no, exactly. The problem with roads is there hasn't been enough money put into the road system in Britain for the last 30 years. That's the problem. You've got a road what will last 50 years, so you've got to put 2% of your money into the road network to make 100%, to make it viable for 100 years, keep going. But when you're only putting about 1.5% of your net funding, you've got a lag. And over the years, you get the deterioration. So that's the problem. You want about £14 billion or something this way to do all Britain. And that's probably what we do. So the problem is it's going back to councils who can't pick leaves up, who have elephant grass growing each year. Well, they do in my ward. Don't know about your own. But and they don't clear that up. And then we've got the drains blocked, right? And we know about, I can tell you where they are in my ward. I can tell you where they are on Ben Bradley's ward and all. Anyway, yeah, I told you, didn't I? Yeah, but because I get all this data back for me, you see. So one of the problems we did have with this authority is 6 years ago when I was on the Transport Committee, I highlighted gully cleaning, and we had this micromanagement. And I think John Cotty was the chairman then, though. Anyway, this micromanagement of, we've got a drain, and we go and have a look at it, and we empty it, and we value how much is in. So if there's only half in, we're not doing it every 9 months. we'll drag it out to 18 months, and then there'll be one there, and it would try to micromanage, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You should do the drains regular all the time, and if you'd done this 5 or 6 years ago, I don't think you'd have had the bad roads as you have today because of the extra water hanging in the roads, deteriorating, freezing, and so that's my opinion. So it's a case of all, but I don't think the solution will be is to go back to the mops. It's got to go all. You've just got to have one system. You can't have 7 different systems. It does not work. Does not work. I'm sorry. So I won't be supporting it because of that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Purdue-Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologise for my lateness this afternoon, but I'm grateful to the team who got me back to the UK so that I could stand here and personally congratulate Councillor Smith on being appointed as leader of the council. And I genuinely wish you all the very best over the next 21 weeks. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief, and I rise to stand in favour of the motion put forward by Councillor Zadrozny. I think I haven't changed. I think my former colleagues have changed. You seem to be in favour of moving decision making away from local communities, and I've always stood on a localism based manifesto, and I absolutely can see the sense in us scrutinising what we are doing, and that's all we're asking this council to agree to. I was very upset, Mr. Chairman, when I went along to have my car MOT recently, and it was over £650. And when I remonstrated with the manager of the garage, he made it absolutely clear that his expert who examined my car said it's because of the condition of the roads that it's cost you. And I've since discovered that that is happening across the county with our residents. So that's just one example. I know I won't go into individual details, but I know that there are people out there considering insurance claims against the county council, and indeed looking for advice for legal redress. And I think it is right if a decision was taken in 2010, 14 years later, it may not be a bad idea for us to consider how we can, with the limited resources that we have and districts and boroughs have, how can we work together to improve this massive priority for our residents. So, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting in favour of the motion, and I hope I've persuaded my former colleagues to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdue-Horan. Councillor Barnford.
Thank you, Chairman. Point of order 88. I'd like to request that we bring this to the vote. The matter has been well heard.
Oh. Thank you, Councillor Barnford. I do have a second, Councillor.
Formally second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Right, so colleagues, we need to take a vote now, and if we bring this debate to an early close, we have had quite a debate on this. So, simple show of hands, those in favour of bringing the debate to an early close. Yes. And hands down, and for the record, those against. Yeah. No abstain. No. Okay. So that the motion's been carried to bring the debate to end. I now need to move to.
Because he reserved his right.
Oh yes, Councillor Carr, you reserve your right to speak. So do you? Yes. And then we go to Councillor Zadrowski.
Just Jan, can I just point out to Councillor Carey before I start that you talked about leaves in Broxtowe. I reported leaves on a footpath that goes from Bramcote Drive West to the Chancery on Monday, and Broxtowe cleared them up yesterday. Perhaps you should speak to your 7 Labour borough councillors and your 2 Conservative borough councillors, and one of your borough councillors is the portfolio holder for environment. I seem to get leaves cleared, but you don't. But there you go. So let's just remind ourselves about grass cutting. Somebody mentioned grass cutting. Do you remember that grass cutting was actually bought under the control of this council for the whole of Nottinghamshire one time? It was an absolute disaster, and they had to give it back to the borough councillors, because the borough councils and the district councils, it was that much of a disaster. So if you can do that for that, you can do it for other things as well. I want to talk about communication because Councillor Clark mentioned communication. Wembley Gardens, which is in my division, somebody phoned me up to report a blocked drain. So I phoned up, advised they've got a blocked drain. We'll send somebody out to come and have a look at it. It's not priority, and there's low priority to be done. Until I pointed out that Wembley Gardens has a Section 19 notice because houses flooded on Wembley Gardens in 2020, but Vi didn't know that one. That's not Vi's fault, but that's not good communication. River Green Crescent and Deanwood Avenue in my division were promised new pavements in 2014. When they turned up, they did half of the pavement and they'd stopped. And the reason they gave was because they'd run out of money. They promised to come back the following year and do the other half. Never been done. Hence, I'm having a street meeting tomorrow with angry residents. I also find it absolutely curious that what Councillor Fowler said. I can tell you now, because I was around then as well, Richard. Broxtowe did not want to lose MOPs. Most certainly did not want to lose MOPs. It was a Labour authority as well at that time. And I'll also mention devolution as well, because it looks like a party that only a few months ago campaigned on devolution in local government and now possibly proposing to abolish districts and boroughs. That's not devolution. Devolution is passing down things to the nearest point to residents. We've got a combined authority that are taking transport off this authority. That's devolution in reverse. It's just a nonsense. And I have to say, a Labour government proposing to abolish districts and boroughs is not Labour to me. It's not Labour to me. It's very much so. And I think your Labour colleagues in Broxtowe will have something to say about this when it comes up. I really do. And they will be very interested in your comments and the fact that some of you are proposing to vote with the Conservatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Now, Councillor Zadrowski, you were the mover of the motion. Would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. There's a number of things to just pick up on, I think, to try and summate. I mean, Councillor Henshaw, I think I'll start with, because although he's going to abstain, I agreed with an awful lot of what he said, because he did say that it was sensible to explore opportunities to try and do things better. And the quote he used was Lady Macbeth, of course, who also said "out damn spot," and which may be an even more appropriate quote given the way the debate's going this evening. Look, there was a number of things said which are slightly lurching us to the bizarre. We are attempting to discuss exploring other ways of doing things differently to see if they can be done better, because quite frankly they're being done in the most parlous state ever, and we are accused of the wrong time, the wrong motion, the wrong type of devolution, and residents watching this will be holding their heads in their hands, absolutely aghast that the council simply will not even consider doing things differently. And we have the bizarre charade coming from the administration, desperately closing their eyes and hoping to convince residents that what they see on their roads and streets every day is not true. That we should be grateful that more gullies have been cleaned this year than last year, because it's not really their fault that they stopped cleaning them in the first place. That the administration over there changed it from a proactive maintenance schedule of cleaning to a reactive one that only happens when people report them in. And only this week I walked from the top of Chesterfield Road in Huthwaite down to the bottom of Common Road in Huthwaite, and every single drain was compacted heavily with detritus. And let me tell you what that detritus is. Actually, it's not a few unswept leaves. It's mostly the hardcore coming out of the potholes that are then filling the gullies and meaning that we cause flooding. We're causing that problem. And therefore, I think it should be inherent on us to try and look at ways of fixing it. And then I hear challenges from Councillor Adams, Councillor Kerry, even Councillor Callaghan, talking about the problem is the district councils, and all of the councils they talked about were Labour councils. Councillor Callaghan even talking about her own council, that they can't sweep roads and streets well enough. It's absolutely ludicrous to be talking about a few leaves not being swept up when we're talking about people dodging potholes that write off their car. It's crackers. Councillor Kerry literally said, why should we ask others to do it? It's evident to me why we should ask to do it, because you are causing harm to residents of Nottinghamshire, because you are failing in your duty to keep them safe. The roads aren't just unsightly, they are dangerous. And then we lurch into even more bizarre and banal arguments from Councillor Jackson about more managers, that we have to build all these new depots. If we've got a perfectly serviceable central depot, who suggested that that shouldn't keep working? Who suggested that? We've asked you to explore it. Each of these districts already have exemplary district services that manage highways in terms of grass cutting and street sweeping. Who's asked for more district managers? Nobody. And if you actually listen to our motion, which called for the police department just to explore it, then you would look at these options that said we could keep the central depot that's there, that would say that there are already managers, in our case in Ashfield, no wonder we're doing so well, and where our managers are willing to take on extra responsibility, those managers that are already there. And then Councillor Jackson argued with himself that actually we'd need to employ all these managers, but in fact we stupid them all, so they're already there. You did say that. You literally, I mean, I thought you were two sides of the same coin. You're two faces on the same head arguing with yourself. It's absolutely bonkers. It was absolutely crackers. And I'm really disappointed, given the tone of the debate that we put forward about asking you to explore things for our residents, nothing to do with unitary status, which is its own bonkers plans on its own, but trying to fix something that you failed to do for years in this council, that you've spun it out to something else. And I'm not surprised, because it did ask for bold, fresh, resident-facing commitment. I'm not surprised that you two chose not to do that. And what you've shown to the residents of Nottinghamshire is a very clear choice on May the 1st, 21 weeks away. It's very clear that if you want things to stay exactly as they are now, you vote Conservative or Labour, because they are the two sides of the same coin. And the only group offering to at least explore change, to offer residents something better, are the independents. And so it's starkly disappointing that you have already on day one run out of steam. It's bizarre to me. How long have I got, Mr. Chairman, to conclude? Thank you. So look, the resistance to innovation is refusing to explore alternative approaches, demonstrates a lack of willingness to innovate, leaving this council stuck in outdated methods that aren't effective. It's a missed opportunity for improvement. Reinstating or at least discussing partnerships with district councils could actually, as most evidence suggests, lead to more efficient, more responsive road maintenance. But by refusing to even consider the possibility, blocks any potential reform. And I know that's what you want to do on a grander scale. The council is fundamentally failing to address public concerns. Poor road conditions are the number one complaint, and I suggest of every mailbag. And whether we talk about the Highways Department in a broader sense, like the poor residents of Plesley have with their terrible flooding, or Councillor Kerry's had a few leaves on their street, or, Hucknall, where people have to get a moon buggy to drive up and down Beardall Street, you are failing to even acknowledge that these problems exist. How can you be a credible administration that says we've put more money in and we're doing things differently when residents have only got to open their front door and see that nothing has changed? Nothing has changed, nothing is better, and failure consistently happens year after year. And that's why we asked, and it bemuses me, I honestly thought that members would support this motion on the basis that we asked you to simply look at it to see if it might work. What level of arrogance is it to tell our residents that you've got it spot on? You've got it spot on. I mean, when I saw the Fast Show were reuniting this year, replaying some of their best bits from 20 years ago, and I saw the poster with Swiss Tony on, I thought to myself, 20 years is pretty much the same time as this council has been failing to deal with highways in the same way. And let's face it, those jokes aren't funny anymore. Residents deserve better. We've asked you to look at something on behalf of residents, and you've patently refused to do that. And then you'll say to us when it's in the leaflets that it was electioneering. Well, I defy any of you to go to your constituents and knock on their door and tell them everything's all right and we don't need change, because tomorrow I'll be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Tadrosny. So Councillor Helen Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we have a recorded vote, please?
Does anyone want to recorded vote? Show of hands. So how many? So, right, we've got the necessary number, so it will be a recorded vote. So, Chief Executive.
Okay, members, I'll go through the roll call. Forgive me if I call members who aren't here. We'll start with Councillor Reg Adair.
Against.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Camilleri.
Against.
Councillor Carlton.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark. Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
Abstain.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Deacon. Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Eddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Sorry. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gowland. Councillor Henry. Councillor Henshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson. Councillor Kerry. Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath.
Abstain.
Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon. Councillor Ogle. Councillor Oliver. Councillor Place. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Perdue-Horan. Councillor Quigley. Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Helen Ann Smith. Councillor Sam Smith. Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton. Councillor Waters. Councillor Wheeler. Gordon Wheeler. Apologies. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Drossen. Bear with.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. The voting is 13 for, 34 against, and 11 abstentions. So the motion is false, is not successful. Which moves us on to our second motion now, which is. Yeah. Okay, colleagues. Well, it's not a rule; it's a guidance. So it's it's no. I said it was advisable to start by 4:30. So if we move on now, we can get through them. You see. So if we move on now to, we're on to the second motion now, which is motion 2, response to Labour's autumn budget.
Chairman, can I just have a point of clarification?
Yeah.
I understand that in the Constitution it says that it's an hour for motions. Is that correct?
We will check the
Can
Constitution.
I just ask that discretion is used when there's a motion in a similar position from an opposition party, please?
Okay, colleagues. The Constitution says that the Constitution says that a maximum of 60 minutes is allowed for each motion. We went over by about 10 minutes on the first motion. There is nothing about the cut-off point. The 4:30. There is no mention in the Constitution at all about the cut-off point. So that is a judgment call. Call it what you will, and guidance. And so I think we will progress. So we'll carry on to motion 2. So let's be swift. And
you're getting more points.
Oh, look, Councillor Gowran.
I'm pretty certain the motion of mine was stopped before 30 a few months ago.
What we're trying to say is that
Point of clarification, Chairman. Rather than having individual conversations at the dais, could you address the chamber to set out? Thank you. It's my understanding that the Constitution does not have a cut-off for motions being introduced. If that can be clarified, that's great. Then we can crack on with the business in the agenda pack. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you're prepared to listen to one side of the diocese, you should be prepared to listen to everyone.
Yes.
Bad result, that, Sam. Bad result.
Right, the rule in the Constitution is that the meeting has to finish by 5:30. The debate that is being debated at the point has to be concluded by 5:15 to allow for summing up for 5:30 closure. That is the only rule in the Constitution. So we are at 4:45 now.
His proposal, Chairman.
Yeah. We'll move it forward.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Previously, that was not the case, as has been pointed out. So we're telling you that was not the case because we came away with that. So I think if it's good enough to stop
Penny's motion going forward is good enough to stop any motion. And that's not me speaking, that's the Constitution that we all sign up to.
Get a point of order, Councillor Kerry.
Yes, point of clarification of the Constitution. The Constitution is what it is, and that's the understanding of officers that that's the legal issue. If somebody's had something stopped before that was not according to the Constitution, it's up to those people to challenge the Constitution and get the same result. That did not happen. No.
Oh, Councillor
Chairman, just for clarification, you're allowing only 15 minutes of debate. You've got the mover and the seconder, which takes us to 5 o'clock, and you want it wound up by the Constitution by 15:15. That's 15 minutes. That is no time to have a debate.
Chairman, you've made a ruling. We need to abide by your ruling and move on.
Councillor Gowland.
At the beginning of this meeting, when we started the motions, you said very clearly if we didn't start the third discussion by 4:30, we wouldn't have it. I'm quite certain if it was motion 3, we wouldn't be doing it.
Okay, colleagues, yes, I'm looking back on the script. I did say we have 3 motions on the agenda today. Please be aware if we are to complete all business today, we will need to start motion 3 by no later than 4:30. This is motion 2. So we will commence the motion. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's no reason why we can't get this concluded by 5:30 if everyone is prepared to support it. And frankly, there's nothing in this motion that's not to be supported by members. The motion I'm presenting is very clear in explaining the financial challenge currently facing this council, why it's increased, and what we're asking the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, and the Labour government to do about it. When the Chancellor presented the first autumn budget of the new Labour government on the 30th of October, she was painfully keen to promote and repeat Labour's commitment to not increase taxes on working people. But if you were watching Sky News' coverage of the budget, one of their guest analysts was Paul Johnson, the director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, widely regarded as a leading authority on tax and spending policy. Paul Johnson did not mince his words. He described the Chancellor's claim that Labour are protecting working people as, and I'll quote, just a silly statement to be blunt. And he was right. This was Rachel Reeves playing smoke and mirrors and semantic games to try and hide the fact that her £40 billion increase in taxation was demonstrably self-evidently a breach of Labour's manifesto pledges. Inevitably, the silly statement didn't work. In fact, the Chancellor was backtracking and issuing clarifications about what she meant by working people within hours of delivering that budget. Her claims were patent nonsense, but what concerns me as the Cabinet Member for Finance for this County Council is what Rachel Reeves' budget means specifically for Nottinghamshire's services, for our service users and for our council taxpayers, and I hope that's what concerns every member in this chamber, Mr. Chairman. As things stand, the Chancellor's increase to national insurance and the national living wage will cause a £31 million increase in pressures on our budget from care providers and a £4.5 million direct pressure on the council as an employer. Although that's a forecast, additional £35.5 million budget pressure on the council's medium-term financial strategy, in effect doubling the £36 million budget pressures already forced into the council's MTFS when its previous budget was approved in February of 2024. As she desperately sought to deflect attention from the reality for many authorities, the Chancellor placed great emphasis on some new grant funding that she announced for councils, and particularly for social care and special educational needs, which we estimate will bring in around £19 million of new money. But around 13 million of that, 19 million, is forecast to be eroded by inflation alone. So by no means does it even come close to alleviating the £35.5 million pressure, which I've already mentioned. The Chancellor's autumn budget book claimed to be providing councils with a real terms increase in total core spending power in 25-26 of around 3.2%, but the book also acknowledges that this includes council tax flexibilities, a euphemism for council tax increases. Members may recall that I previously criticised our own Conservative governments more than once for claiming credit for increasing council spending power, when in reality some of that spending power has been bankrolled by local taxpayers, not by money from the national pot as implied. So I'll make no apologies for pointing out that Rachel Reeves and Labour are playing the same game again, and it is disingenuous. 2 weeks after the budget, Labour confirmed that the council tax threshold would remain at 5% for councils with social care service responsibilities. Labour Communities Minister Matthew Pennycook was keen to point out that 5% was the same council tax threshold previously set by Conservative governments, but of course there was a gargantuan flaw in this argument. The Conservatives had not just increased national taxation by 40 million in one fell swoop, hammering businesses in the process. The truth is that the Labour government have made a political choice, ostensibly a socialist choice, to hammer the business community with staggering increases to employers' national insurance contributions. Unless social care providers are going to be exempted from these national insurance increases and funded for the national living wage increase, then those costs are only going in one direction. They will be passed on to customers, including councils like ours with social care responsibilities. Make no mistake, this would be a Labour stealth tax to be paid by Nottinghamshire County Council taxpayers, namely the working people on benefits and pensioners. The line on the tax bill might say Nottinghamshire County Council, or it might be an invoice from a private care provider, but hiding themselves behind that bill would be Rachel Reeves and the Labour government forcing us to raise their money for them. That's why this motion calls on the government to do the fair and the right thing and to fully fund the additional costs that it has placed on us and on our residents. This being a council motion, though, the leader, I'm asking government to help fund those costs through the forthcoming local government finance act. But likewise, if an exemption from the employer's national insurance increase for social care providers, as endorsed by the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services last week, then it would significantly alleviate these pressures. And Chairman, this motion also states that in view of Labour's projected £40 billion of extra national tax income, the government should invest sufficient further resources through the promised 3-year government spending review to tackle the broader unsustainable financial position facing local government. Yes, Nottinghamshire County Council is an extremely well-run local authority, especially compared with the financial chaos that perpetually ensues in Labour-controlled Nottingham City Council. But by no means are we immune from the financial pressures driven by demographic demands and by public expectation of our services. The forthcoming 3-year spending review needs to address the financial difficulties facing councils across the country, whichever way round those councils may be structured in future. And as I stated in a written reply to a question from Councillor Upton at the previous council meeting, published in this council book today, Nottinghamshire and the whole East Midlands needs the government to deliver on its promise to provide fairer funding to this historically underfunded part of the county. The fact is, Chairman, thanks to Conservative-run Nottinghamshire County Council's year-round commitment to efficiency and modernisation, our residents next February will not face the maximum 5% council tax increase that Rachel Reeves wants us to levy on them. However, the extent to which we keep this increase below the figure will depend on what proportion of Labour's £40 billion national tax bounty the government reinvests in Nottinghamshire in one way or another. Mr. Chairman, over the last couple of decades, this group has always stood up to government, whether it's been a Labour government, a coalition government, a Conservative government, or now a Labour government. It's now time for the Labour group to do the same, now that we have a Labour government that's levying additional financial burdens on this council. I look forward to them doing so. I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Cavalieri, you are seconded. You should speak.
Yeah, I'd like to second the motion and just like to say, as a county councillor representing South Mansfield, which really does well on roads, by the way, it's a good place to be. And I agree about Drake Stringfellow. It's probably one of the best. She's really good. You get all the work. I have to follow you. Yeah. As a county councillor representing the South Mansfield Division, I know that many of my residents are feeling the financial pinch. So we want to keep the council tax as low as we possibly can when we set it next February. That's why it's vital that the Chancellor and the Labour government are not allowed to burden this council with extra costs directly or indirectly through social care providers that will end up being paid by local residents, working people. As a true Conservative, I oppose Labour piling billions of pounds of taxes onto business under any circumstances. I think beyond the short term, it will set us back, undermining the economic growth that Sir Keir Starmer, more socialist than Corbyn, and the Labour said they were banking on before the election. The Office of Budget Responsibility forecasts that in the short term, the budget will push up inflation and interest rates just when we were getting them under control. I don't know if anybody's noticed, the fuel starts to go up. Right, it's a good sign, good sign. No. Likewise, any boosting growth from the short-term sugar rush of public spending will not last without further tax hikes somewhere down the line. I've lived long enough to be under 3 or 4 Labour, and they do it every time. Like the old saying, they couldn't run a bath. But we are where we are, Chairman. Labour's in government, right? Increasing taxes and taking money off businesses to fund bigger state sector is generally what they do, and they do it all the time, and they do it pretty badly as well. So their budget should not have come as a shock. As normal, the Labour Chancellor is so keen to tax big and spend big without money. Then at least let's see her invest a decent chunk of that £40 billion additional tax kit in local government to get councils across the country back on an even keel. I wondered on occasion whether the incredibly good financial performance of this council, and I'd like to thank my Cabinet Member for Finance for running a good department, against us all when we're fighting for fair funding, especially when you consider the amount of attention being given to the shambles over the river at Notts County Council, or Notts City Council. Yeah, I'll just put a note here. I'm going to say it again. Roads in my area are very good. Right, and I've just said that again. Yeah, the Conservative administration has been, and it's a theme that people like to keep doing. The Conservative administration has been getting things done despite significant financial pressures. We continue delivering good quality adult and children care services. We continue protecting many other community services like libraries. I didn't have chance. I was going to talk about libraries. I think they're fantastic, and it's maybe what I am today. And youth services, all without charging maximum council tax. You could be mistaken for thinking all in Nottinghamshire is hunky-dory, and we don't need any further investment. But I think you would be wrong. It's true that we don't need bailing out like Nottingham City Council and a few more local councils in the coming few months. But no one should be fooled into thinking our relative success in adversity means that we are entitled to a fair share of the national funding cake. On the contrary, what it means is that if and when we get that fairer funding, you can be damn sure it will be made to stretch as far as we possibly can to benefit our residents. That's what we try and do, benefit our residents. Of course, tax is a tax wherever it's raised, national or local, but in simple terms, Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands has been too much of a giver and not enough of a receiver for far too long, whoever has been in power. You're not going to find me praising Rachel Reeves, no you won't, for whacking up the tax by £40 billion. You can't believe it. You can't believe it. I can't believe it. £40 billion. Right. And really, there's a couple of lot of pensioners as well, and the farmers. I don't know if you've noticed well, it's there. It's there. You've got to be honest, though. I mean, the old age pensioners in Mansfield suffering it really bad. I'm going off script. I'm sorry. And the farmers, and the small businesses that you've whacked. It's awful. You know it. You know it. Sorry, I go back to being proper. Okay. Yeah, I'm going back to be Paul. Right. If she doesn't do that, if she doesn't give us our money, which I think she should, because we'll look after that money properly, we'll spend it where it needs to be spent, we'll spend it on children, adult care, where it is, building schools like this Big Sense school that we built at Ravensdale. Who'd have thought that, Steve? A Big Sense school at Ravensdale, 25 million quid. We got that, and that's come from a Conservative government. Right, if that doesn't do that, then to coin a phrase, the Chancellor will be having her cake and eating it at our expense. And I guarantee that the people back in my neck of the woods, who we always complain we don't get enough, do it? We're always at the end of the money giving cycle for many, many years. We won't be very happy about it. So I put here, Labour might think yum yum, but yum yum won't last long. I don't know what it means. I support this motion, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Canary. Councillor Fold.
Okay, thank you.
Right, let's vote.
Yeah. Okay, right. Shall I continue? Okay. If I thought for 1 minute that you or your party accepted any responsibility for the awful mess your government has left this country in,
Well said.
I would give
Well
this motion
said.
serious consideration. The funding gap you are complaining about is down to your government's failure over many, many years, but it's clear that you will not.
Well said, Kate.
I'm going to remind us of just some of the disasters that came with 14 years of Tory government. An NHS on its knees with around 7 million people waiting in pain and distress for delayed treatment. Our children being caught in cold, crumbling schools. Social care, SEND left broken. People not getting the support they need and costs spiralling. 4 million, 1/3 of our children in poverty. Roads and pavements in ruin. Food back in every corner. Inflation through the roof. Standards in public life through the floor. And investment at an all-time low, leaving councils like ours crippled by austerity and suffering savage cuts. And just to remind you, Councillor Wheeler, that the Conservative government did not fund the national living wage uplift either. And talking about taxes, I mean, your government taxed people kind of at record levels, was my understanding.
Absolutely.
If you really wanted, if your government wanted if your government really wanted to do something that actually helped ordinary working people, they should not have frozen the personal allowance. That would have helped hugely. Okay. So this county has really felt the impact of Conservative lack of compassion and callous austerity measures. But we finally have a responsible government that has reset Britain's principles and pledged over £4 billion for local government services, with specific increases for a number of services within this council's remit, with more to follow. The new Labour government has also demonstrated a clear vision for the long term, committing to overall council funding streams and bringing back multi-year settlements that allow authorities like ours to plan for the future and deliver for residents. Something the Conservative government consistently failed to do. The Labour government has been in power for less than 6 months.
Fabulous.
6 months.
Absolutely proud.
Carry on, Councillor Fold, carry on.
To expect them to have fixed the broken state in that amount of time is both unfair and unrealistic. And you didn't do it, did you? There are 14 years of bad governance to reverse, but we finally have people in charge who are serious about doing that. Responsible people. The Chancellor has made clear her intentions. Many of the much-needed reforms for our decimated public sector will be delivered through local authorities, and the local government settlement, I'm sure, will reflect that. In the meantime, our group will not be taking lectures from the Tories on finance settlements.
Well said.
I say again, the funding gap you're lamenting about in this motion is your government's creation and your government's failure. That is why we'll be opposing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fold. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my goodness me, they say that we come up with political stunts. This is the worst one I think I've ever seen. I did hear you, actually, some of you laughed when Councillor Fold said that we have a responsible government. Do you really think that Boris Johnson was responsible? Do you really think that Liz Truss was responsible? No, they weren't. You just ought to listen to yourselves. You really did. And then, you know, when things used to go wrong in the last government, it was COVID, the financial crash. But when fuel costs go up, it's nothing to do with wars in the Middle East. No, that's the Labour Party's fault. I've read the 3 points that you've put on, and to be fair, you would not have thought from those points that had been a Conservative government for 14 years. You really would not. Let's take them in order. Allocate through the local government finance sector sufficient funds to fully cover the extra cost pressures placed upon council. Well, where did those pressures come from? Your government. Not provided enough money over the last 14 years. That's where it came from. The second one, to invest sufficient further resources through the promised 3-year government spending review. You had 14 years to bring in 3-year reviews. Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it? Absolutely. And then the last one, to deliver the fair funding mechanism that Nottinghamshire and other East Midland councils have long waited. Well, we've long waited for them under 14 years of Conservative government. Why didn't you do it? It's just things like this that are putting people off party politics. It's an absolute nonsense. This government have been in power for 5 months. The way you're talking, you'd think they've been in for 25 years. It's an absolute nonsense, and you know it's an absolute nonsense. This is a political stunt. You know it, we know it, and we're not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to speak particularly to my departmental area of interest. The new government's first budget has delivered very limited investment, both in terms of time and value for children, young people and families. The limited uplift in local government funding and the 1-year extension to Family Hubs funding, whilst welcome, are only short-term measures and not long-term solutions. In order to ensure the stability of many vital and valued services, long-term sustainable funding for local government and children's services is the only solution. If I begin with education and SEND, we know the current SEND system is not fit for purpose, failing to deliver the outcomes we want for our children and young people nationally, whilst also proving financially unviable for councils. The £1 billion uplift in funding goes little way to meeting the £2.6 billion gap across the national system. I'd suggest the Chancellor goes back to school and does some maths. It must be accompanied by longer term reforms focusing on improving inclusion in mainstream schools if we are to see real and meaningful improvement in children's lives and outcomes. The government must announce urgently and as soon as possible how they intend to address the ticking time bomb of the statutory override for SEND overspends, which is due to finish in only 15 months and will lead, if nothing else is done, to the publication of more Section 114 notices. Not, I hasten to add, this local authority, because of the sound financial management of this administration, including its use of SEND funding and the high needs block. The £6.7 billion increase in capital investment in schools is much needed, and it will help ensure our children are learning in inclusive, appropriate, safe and secure environments. And I would just give voice to my fears about the VAT on private school fees, and whilst I'm focusing on SEND, not on mainstream education, it's very important to remember that many of our SEND children are educated in private schools. My biggest fear is attrition rates, which means parents won't be paying the fees won't be coming in, and those same schools will have the cost burdens of the increased national insurance payments and national living wages. All of that will impact what we pay for SEND services. I'm also fearful for our children's futures. As part-time and 0 hours contracts prevail and the national insurance burden hits from £5,000 and not 9,100, I have fears for youth, the impact on youth in unemployment. And when you look at an average salary in this country of £37,000, 0 hours and part-time contracts are not meeting that number. If I move on to children's social care, in the last 5 years, we've seen a 7% increase in number of children in care in England, 13% in the East Midlands. In Nottinghamshire, we haven't seen an increase in the numbers, and that's because of our continued investment in help, support and prevention. Now, whether that's our family support, family hubs, youth services, or the work of social care, all of that was judged by Ofsted as good this year for helping, supporting and protecting children, for caring for children and supporting children who were previously in our care. Ofsted also found that we lead and manage these services outstandingly well. But the costs of looking after those 960 children is growing out of control, and this budget goes little way to halting that anytime soon. We've spoken previously about the influence of private providers on the market and the costs of children's care, and again I look to those two significant burdens, national insurance and the national living wage. That's a burden on our own costs for social workforce, but when I look to foster care and the costs for independent fostering agencies, the cost of children's home placements, a lot in the private profiteering market, the costs of care will increase because of those costing burdens on those providers, because they will not forfeit profits and they will raise prices. So I urge the government, Mr. Chairman, to use the spring budget to further and for longer to set out sufficient multi-year settlements for local authorities so they can effectively plan for the future and support our most vulnerable children and families. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Gowland.
Thank you. Fairer funding mechanisms. Fairer funding mechanisms, more resources to sort out the unsustainable financial position facing local government. It's been your job to do that for the last 14 years. Millions poured down the drain through the Rwanda scheme, millions wasted on PPE contracts, many other things. You left a financial black hole. Want a lesson? There's no free lunch. You want good roads, you want good libraries, you've got to pay for it.
Pay your taxes.
Yeah, you've got to pay your taxes. I'd just like to read out a statement. You can guess who said this. We introduced a strange exemption for farmers, which is why so many rich people buy agricultural land in order to pass on their millions to their heirs free of inheritance tax. Who said that? Ken Clark.
Yes.
Causing the price of farmland to go up, making it harder for real farmers. You're destroyed farming. That's what's destroying farming. This motion is just a simple political stunt. You know that you've caused a problem over the last 14 years. You're not giving the government a chance to sort it out.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Sam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Jackson for putting this important motion to Council and for articulating the significant financial challenges now facing this Council as a result of the Labour government's budget. Councillor Jackson has laid bare the stark reality of that Labour government budget and its impact on councils like ours. He has rightly highlighted the double blow it delivers, the illusion of increased funding on the one hand and crippling the new costs on the others. The numbers do not lie, Mr. Chairman. Our council faces an additional £35.5 million of pressures. I don't know if you've got enough fingers for that, Councillor Pringle, with only a fraction of that offsetted by so-called new funding, which will be eroded by inflation, Mr. Chairman. Let's be clear, that is not sustainable. Labour's claim to protecting working people is, as Councillor Jackson has shown, nothing more than smoke and mirrors. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has exposed this rhetoric as silly, and rightly so. When employers' national insurance contributions and the national living wage are increased without sufficient offsetting support, those costs inevitably cascade down. For our council,
That means higher care provider fees, higher employment costs, and ultimately higher pressures on our budget. What does this mean for Nottinghamshire residents, Mr. Chairman? It means the Labour government is forcing councils like ours into an impossible position. They dangle council tax flexibilities as supposed solutions, but we all know what the reality is, Mr. Chairman. A stealth tax on hard-working families, pensioners who are going cold this winter, by the way, and those least able to afford it, Mr. Chairman. Let's be crystal clear. The government's so-called generosity comes at the expense of local taxpayers across Nottinghamshire. Councillor Jackson has rightly noted that Labour's decision to hold the council tax threshold at 5% is disingenuous. It may match the threshold set by the previous Conservative government, but the context has fundamentally changed. Labour have added £40 billion in new national taxes into the mix, Mr. Chairman, harming businesses and through them working people. That burden doesn't just vanish, it simply finds its way back to the pocket of the very people Labour claimed to be protecting. Chairman, we in this Conservative administration totally reject that approach. We do not want to be forced to raise council tax to make up for the Labour government's political choices. Let's just remind ourselves what those choices were. £10 billion to train drivers, anyone remember that? £10 billion of climate aid as well. Protecting the pockets of residents is a priority of this Conservative council, and we will continue to do all we can to minimise any increases. However, as Councillor Jackson has said, how far we go depends heavily on whether Labour's £40 billion tax bounty is reinvested into local government. The Chancellor claims to have provided councils with real-term increases in spending power. Yet, when you strip away the inflationary impact and the reliance on council tax increases and the new pressures that have been added to our budget, the reality is costs are neutral at best. This council and councils across the country are being set up to fail, Mr. Chairman. What does our motion do? It sends an absolute clear message to the Labour government that Nottinghamshire residents will not be their cash cow. If the government truly wants to support councils and protect working people, it must fully fund the additional cost that it's just imposed onto us, whether that's through exemptions for social care providers in the private sector from national insurance increases, or through targeted grants that address the actual need of councils like ours, Mr. Chairman. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I urge all members to support this motion. It's time for the Labour government to stop hiding behind rhetoric and take responsibility for the financial burden it has placed on our council and the residents. Nottinghamshire deserves better, Mr. Chairman, and this Conservative administration says no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Pringle.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to bring some calm to debate, if that's okay. 5,000 plus days you're in power over 14 years. The debt of this country went up 350 million a day. A day. Yeah? Okay, can you count on your fingers there, Councillor Smith? 350 million a day and 5,000 days plus. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. This council's budget was cut by a third. 33% cut in 14 years. Yeah, 14 years of your government cut this council's budget by 33%. You never put a motion forward for fairer funding when your party was in power, Councillor Jackson. Sorry?
Carry on,
Sorry?
Councillor Pringle. Carry
Sorry,
on.
I'm trying to engage with comments flying across the floor, Chair.
Yeah.
Even previously, we were told at the last full council meeting that the 22 billion was a joke. And as that was being told, I had a quick flick on my phone just to see what the update was. And the update was from the CPS, it was 40 billion plus. 40 billion plus. By the CPS, not by me, by the CPS, not by me. I don't do things like that. I don't tell fibs. I don't tell fibs. 40 billion. This government has given a £1 billion uplift to send, 650 million for local transport, 500 million for road maintenance. Do I need to go on? Because it does go on. This new government, this new brilliant Labour government, has listened to local authorities, and is offering a longer term settlement than we've ever had under your government. That's the change. That's the change. There's a positive change for this council under the Labour government. Chairman, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Okay, colleagues, we need to be aware of time. I need to hand to Councillor Jackson. Could I ask you to be extremely brief in your
Thank you,
statement?
Chairman. Yes, and I will be as brief as possible. About half an hour ago, I asked whether the Labour group here would follow our lead over the last 14 years that we've had a Conservative government and be prepared to stand up to their new Labour government. We've had the answer, they're not. We constantly called for everything that's in this motion. When national insurance when employers' national insurance contributions were increased by the last chancellor, or the chancellor before, actually, we not only called for government to fund that national insurance increase, they actually did it, and then they cancelled the national insurance increase, and they didn't take the money off us. We constantly called for a fairer funding review. We didn't only constantly call for it, we sent Ben Bradley down to Westminster to bang on tables and call for it. And he came back with extra funding last year and a promise of a fairer funding review in future years. And I'm glad that the Labour government are still talking about honouring that promise of a fairer funding review in future years. And I'm not surprised that Steve Carr's supporting the Labour group, because he voted Labour on the 4th of July. He's probably regretting it already. If he isn't, he will when he gets his tax bill next year, Mr. Chairman. There's not a great deal more to say. If members opposite really want to fail to support the 3 bullet points in our motion, if they really do not want the government to allocate extra extra funding through the local government finance settlement, then don't vote for our motion. If you really don't want the government to invest sufficient further resources through the 3-year government spending review, then don't vote for our motion. And if you don't want the government to deliver the fairer funding mechanism, then don't vote for our motion. We're going to call for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman, because I want it recorded that they failed to support the simple asks in our motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. We have a call for a recorded vote. I'll hand straight over to. Oh, yes, yeah. Well, we've got enough hands, so we'll hand to Chief Executive, please.
Okay, members, if I could have your.
Can we listen, please? Shut up and listen.
So, start with Councillor Adair.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Callaghan.
Against.
Councillor Calamari.
For.
Councillor Carlton. Councillor Carr. Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Darby. Councillor Deacon. Councillor Doddy.
What are we?
For. I'm out of the communication chain now.
Thank you, Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Eddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
We didn't hear better than we didn't hear it.
For. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Councillor Henshaw, please.
Against.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson. Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
4.
Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon.
4.
Councillor Ogle. Councillor Oliver.
4.
Councillor Place.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
4.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Helen Ann Smith. Councillor Sam Smith.
4.
Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton. Councillor Waters.
4.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Zadrozny. Bear with.
Okay, colleagues, the result of the vote is, Cal, is anyone interested? The votes for 40, against 11, abstentions 2, so the motion is carried. That's the final motion. There's one other thing I just need to inform you of before we close the meeting on a slightly perhaps happier note. Thank you everybody who bought raffle tickets today. For the chairman's raffle, we have raised, or you have raised, £330 today. So thank you on behalf of Headway. And also on top of that, again on a lighter note, is £60 from mobile phone charges today. Thank you for your patience. Apologies for any confusion, but we move on. And may I wish you a happy Christmas and safe journeys home, and see you soon. Thank you.